Okay, stream is starting. Okay. Hello, this is stream number 415. I'm in the middle of porting some libraries to Rust, and today I'm continuing day 1.5 on internet message headers. So I started yesterday to port this, and I'm going to continue today. Alright, here's where I left off yesterday. Yep. Okay, need to grab parse raw message and port it. Let's do it. Parse raw message, here we go. And I want the version that does not take a body offset, right? Ah. Yeah, so one calls the other. I need to see where that's actually used. Test, test, test. We're working, right? Yep. Mic is working. Search C++, okay. Aha. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna have both. Because I'm gonna need it later. So let's add both. Hey there, Uber Unix, you're first. Welcome. Writing some more Rust today. Copy paste. Okay, yeah, so this one's gonna call the other one, right? Yep. Hey there, C17R. Lazy Guru. Lazy Guru's second on my screen. C17R's third. Okay. Body offset. So, I suppose we can have multiple return values, right? Yeah, okay, let's just do that. Let's have one and just have two return values. That's easier. Return message header state and an offset. That means this one is just going to take the first tuple value. Okay. That means I can focus on this one. Let's just port this over. All right. So this is advancing through the raw message one character at a time? No, multiple characters at a time. So I'll just keep it a loop, I guess. Sure. Length instead of length. Snake case. Raw message. Oh, we have to do a dereference. Let raw message equal raw message as ref. All right, find the end of the current line. Do I want to do the same thing in Rust I did in C++ with CRLF? Make it a constant? I guess so. Hold that constant. Where to put it? I guess at the very top. Right there. And so that would be just that, right? Or do I have to say string? Yeah, all right. Okay. I don't actually think I need an offset, right? Because I could just update the raw message slice every loop. Except I need to return the offset later. Okay, so I need... What if instead of returning a size, I just return a slice? If I return a slice, that means I have to accept a slice and not something that can be turned into one. Let's just keep it the way it is. So I'll just slice it from offset and then do a find CRLF. And that should work. So this in C++ becomes if let sum equal. Oh, hold on. No, that's none, right? And we're breaking, so... I itches. Okay. Are we using this line terminator? Okay, I see. So probably... What if I just do this? Let line terminator equal that. If line terminator is none, that. Okay, line length limit. Where did I put that? I don't think I put it anywhere. Okay, so we should add that. Yep, let's add that to message headers. usize. Okay. I need to give a default for that. Or I could pass it in. Actually, I think the way I did it in C++ is it had a default. Yeah, default of 0. And I think that was just a placeholder for none, right? Yeah. Except for here. That's interesting. Everywhere we compare it with 0 except for here. And if this is 0, then this will always be false. So what does that mean? Does that mean that this never gets called on... yeah, it's only called if it's greater than 0. Okay. So I think what I want to do is make this an optional. Whoops. An option size where it starts out as none. All right, and then so this would become if let sum line length limit equals self line length limit. Then let unterminated line length equal raw message len minus offset. If that is now greater than the line length limit, then valid is false. How's that going to handle the valid stuff? I guess through a flag for now, but probably change it later. And how does that get initialized to? True. Okay. And I'll make the variable name the same, valid. Okay, so then it starts out as true. All right, and then down here, itself, valid false. And right, we're going to have a special error state for now. So that, yeah, we would return early, right? Yes. So return message header state error offset. All right. So then we have the break there like we should. Bail, the line is longer than the limit. So again, if there is some limit, and if the terminator should be len. That we can't add. Oh, why is that an option? Oh, right. So here we should just unpack it, right? Terminator equal line terminator unwrap, because we already checked for none there. And I know that's probably not idiomatic, but that's okay. We'll live with it. Self, yeah. So this is just returning the same thing, right? All right. Okay. Stop if empty line is found. This is where the headers end and the body, which we don't parse, but leave it to the user to handle, begins. So if we get empty line, then we're going to add the CRLF to the offset and break. Okay. Separate the header name from the header value. So like, oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I suppose this can be more easily written with a result that returns the header name and value, right? So let well, hold on. What happens if it's not valid? What are the name and the value used? Yeah, why is this not break out here? Thank goodness there are braces to know how people can read Python. You get used to it. Hey there, Cyberpunk. Thanks again. I'm removing some of the punctuation though. When we move from, this is C++ and I'm translating it to Rust, some of the punctuation, like the parentheses and ifs, has to go away because Rust is very opinionated about that. I get this big old warning saying unnecessary parentheses around if condition. Now granted, I do have the warning level ratcheted up because I want to learn from the linter and the compiler, but yeah, the consequence is some punctuation is going to go away. I'm trying to get used to how to turn this kind of construct where, I don't know, this is not even really the best C++. It's a function that has really 3 return values, but they're not all returned from the function. We have some output parameters that we have to declare here. They're gonna be outs, and then we also have Boolean return value, and I want to. The right way to do that in Rust would be with a result with these two in it, and but this negative case where, like, if I can't just do if let none equal this, because then the else I can't get the values. So the way I did it up here is I just did the find and then got the result back, or the option back out, right? And then I said, if it's none, do this, otherwise unwrap. I just don't know if that's the best way to do it here. You'll be back. You'll be back. Hasta la vista, baby. All right. If so, maybe I'll just do it the same way. So, I have to give it a name, though, if I don't unwrap it. Okay, trying to figure out, really, what the original code did, so I'm gonna go look for it again. Parse, yeah, this one. What happens when, like, why, we're doing a break here on all these other errors, why does this not do a break? Let me look into this and see why. Yeah, we can't extracted successfully. Is invisible ASCII? What? Yeah, this is code I wrote 2 years ago. Past Remy, what were you thinking? Takes a substring in a raw internet message corresponding to a single header line, determines where the name and the value of the header are, and extracts them. Hey there, War Eagle. What is invisible ASCII mean? Oh, if it's white space or invalid ASCII. Okay. Got it. All right. I know how to check for that. So given all this junk, if it's invalid, why do we continue here? Why are we not returning an error? Let's say it reaches it's invalid at this point. Then all this just goes to the next line, right? And then advances. Oh, I think I know why. It's marking the header as invalid, but it can continue because it had already found the line terminator. I see. So then, where are we using name and value? We're using it down here. Yeah, wouldn't it be junk? We got down here? I guess I can see, what does advance and unfold do? Maybe it relies on some side effect. Yeah, it could return true, most certainly. If it found a line. Okay, so then, I don't know, is this a bug? Because it won't fill in a name and a value here if it's invalid. It could return false right away. Then it'll just be junk, right? It'll just end up adding a junk header with an empty name. Empty name, empty value? That seems like a bug to me. I'm gonna guess that here we were supposed to have returned an error, and for some reason I didn't. Maybe I'll put a note here. To do. Shouldn't we return an error here? It seems like if we don't, name and or value might be empty string. And we'll, and although headers will be marked as invalid, we will still be inserting junk into the headers for no reason. I can't type right now. I say that a lot. Most of the time I can't type. Anyway, I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to assume that that's wrong, and then instead I should probably just do an if let and then else invalid return. If let some name value equal that. So we'll pass it the raw message offset and line terminator, and that's it. Then the rest of this right here, else self.valid is false, return why type it when you can copy it. There we go. Just do that. Hey there, LumaCode. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well too. Okay, so we'll need a method called separate header name and value. Now, does that... Okay, that's a free function. Cool. I like free functions. So let's just define it for now. Way up at the top, I suppose. 'Cause why not? Okay, so function that it gets raw message as a string slice. line start and line end. So line start usize, line end usize. Why do that? Why not just give it a slice? Yeah, why don't we hold on. How am I using the line? Oh, right there I'm using the line end. Wait a minute, this find might search past the line end, right? Ooh, that's another bug. To do. This could find a colon past the line end. So what are we gonna do about it? Probably make a unit test to check that right now. Okay, so I'm gonna just do it the safe way. We're gonna pass it just a line. And not this line start, line end junk. Okay, so then it's gonna return the name and value, right? So that means, yeah, I only had one parameter. We're going to return, possibly, because it could be an error, a header name and value. Okay, I don't declare those until later, so maybe I need to move this one. Actually, do I? Can I just use header name here? And header value was just a... Actually, why don't I just return a header? You know, that makes a lot more sense to me. Why not just return a header? Why am I bothering with a name and a value separate like that? There, I like that much better. Oh, we don't have our own error type yet. Let's make one. To make one, I will make sure I have this error. I don't. Okay, so let's pull in this error. I'm just going to copy what I did for URI library. I pulled in this error 1.0. Alright. Alright, and then I had a special error module, right? Yes. Here. Let's just make one that's similar in MessageHeaders. Error.rs. Paste. Alright. All the way at the top. So, yeah. Let's just start with one. Okay, so then, what are we going to call this error? Like, invalid header line? Basically, it's not finding a colon in a line that should have a header colon value. How about, header, invalid header line? Sure. And, we don't have any attached data, do we? Let's say, to just write it in English, invalid header line. I could include the original string here, right? Why don't I? Can't include it as a slice without giving it a lifetime, so... Do I want to create a string to make an error? I might as well. It's not like it's going to happen very often. So, we'll say that, what's the word here? The contain string, the attached string was found, was expected to be a header line, but or how about the attached string did not parse correctly as a header line. Sure, let's just do that. And then that's the only error we have for now, so delete all the other ones. All right, so then we have error. And then from our lib, I need to declare the module, mod error. And then we have to use error, use error, right? Yeah. Okay, now we have an error. To do. Okay, that'll get us down past this line, right? And oh, right, some header. And then we'll slice the raw message by offset up to... It should be, it should just be line terminator, right? Up to not including it, and then there's no comma. And this should be okay, not some. Yeah, alright. Good, 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 good. Oh, and that means here I can attach something, right? I could actually attach the error. Actually, we're not going to do that yet because right now this one is infallible, doesn't return an error. I haven't ported that yet to, or I haven't completely made that a good Rust yet. It's more like the C++, so I'll just hold off for now. So right now, we will lose the error. I should rearrange this though so that we can make use of the error later. So that would be like a match instead of an if let. Match that, and then the first pattern would be if it okay is this, indent this guy, and then this would be error, which we're not using the error yet, to mark it invalid and return. Hey there, Lentil Stew Dragon, how are you today? Chat is very quiet today, you're all very attentive, I guess. Okay. So offset is mutable. That's why the big thick underline. It took me a while to realize that as I was doing Rust with the language server plugin in VS Code that it puts an underscore under it to remind you what variables are mutable. So if I take away mute there, see that body offset no longer has that underscore, right? Unless I mouse over it. And now it does when I put mute. So that's kind of a handy thing. Alright, so then I don't have advance and unfold. We need to add that. Let me think. Let me see what the original advance and unfold did. Advance and unfold. Does it have any side effects? No, it's a free function. Oh, but it updates offset, right? Does it update line terminator too? It does. So it finds the next offset and line terminator. So those are probably the two things I need to return. Either that, or later when we're just updating slices, it would just return a new slice from the past in slice, right? Oh, it's also filling in a value. Okay, so we have multiple return values. How do I want to do this now? Bool. Okay, successful implies there could be a failure, so we'll make it a result, which has a tuple of stuff in it. Yes, so we'll do the same thing. Match, advance, and unfold. Yeah, just pass. It actually, this is in and out. No, it's... Oh, what's that? What's up there? Offset is only input, then why is it not a const? This seems wrong. Yeah, it's updated. This is in and out. And probably line terminator is too. Yeah. Okay, so they're all in and out. So those parameters in and then a tuple out, I guess. Hey there, Lycan. Everyone's just saying hi and not saying anything else, except for Cyberpunk, who told me, thank goodness there are braces. I guess coming from Python land. And being scarred by seeing too many braces. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so those are our inputs, and I'm going to get a tuple out if it's successful, right? So, okay. I guess, new offset, new line terminator, and value would advance the offset to offset, right? Why do I have a different variable for offset and body offset? That's confusing. Oh, that should be current offset. Body offset is where we find the body of the message, but why are we... I don't think I actually need to have a variable for that here. Oh, no, I do, because we set it there and down there. Okay, that's why. Snake case. Well, thank you, Lycan. I hope you enjoy the stream. Okay, this is really terrible Rust because it's coming from C++, but so I'll fix it later. So right now we're not using the error at all. We are just returning state incomplete, so that I need to add a new type for that, or new variant for that, and then the offset, right? Actually, what am I returning? This is a parse raw message. Did I mean to return body offset and not offset? I think I meant to return body offset in all these places. But that's that doesn't make sense. I think it actually should be built into the state, now that I think about it. Incomplete shouldn't return body offset. Okay, I think it should have, the state should include a body offset. Just rewrite the logic using Rust syntax? Yeah, I'll do that after I complete the port. What am I doing? I am porting a library to Rust that I wrote about 2 years ago. It implements a particular internet protocol, well, standard, not a really protocol. This one, I should just get this link open. This may look familiar to you if you've looked at the raw emails or web traffic. Basically writing a library to help me parse and generate these things. So, internet message. A lot of standards are based on this. So let me go down to an example. Does this one actually have good examples? I don't know if it actually has a good example in it. It's a very dry RFC. Come on, where's a good example? What am I going to show the people if there's no good examples in the specification? Wow. Yeah, this one is really kind of dry. Oh, there's an example. Here we go. There we go. Here's an example. Internet message, right? So this particular one is an email, but we use the same kind of format for headers for HTTP and for SIP and a bunch of other protocols. So the part I have highlighted here is what the library I'm writing is supposed to read and write. So there are two modes. So if we're receiving a message, like maybe we're a web server and we're receiving a request from a web client, then this library is going to be in charge of reading the highlighted part and figuring out, you know, the various pieces of it. So in here, there are 5 headers. There's a from, a to, subject, date, and message ID, right? And they have specific values. So it's not really that complicated. It's just breaking the message into lines, and then for each line, seeing if it has a colon in it. And if it has a colon, then everything to the left is a header name, and everything to the right is the header's value. And then when we reach a blank line in between there, that is the break between the headers and the body of the message. So the design of my library is take the whole message, reconstruct the headers from it, and then tell the user which part, where the body is. So it's like message in and then headers and body out. No such thing as a juicy RFC. Some of them are better than others. I like the ones with good examples. I mean, we had to go all the way to Appendix A to find it, but at least it has one, right? Some RFCs don't have any examples. If you're wondering what an RFC is, I mean, I'll just put this link in the chat. These are the internet standards. There are also Rust RFCs, but these are the IETF ones. So these ones define basically all of the building blocks of the internet and other things as well. And this one is pretty key because it's used by email, it's used by web servers and clients, it's used by internet telephony, and a bunch of other things. Is your client server comm going to be done in this with this part? The part that figures out the headers will be, yeah. So in my game right now and in my web stuff, the C++ version of this library right here, this is processing, this is the code in charge of processing the headers for any kind of message to and from my code, my game, or my other work. You need RFC for juicy RFCs. There we go. And hey, there's Silent Z and Razor X and Probe Table Flipper. How many tables have you flipped today, I wonder? And yeah, hello, Jebiv. So I hope that answers the question, Jebiv, of what we're doing. 2 years ago, I wrote this library. Here's the summary. It implements that RFC I just mentioned. It parses email or web server client messages from strings, and you gets the individual headers or the body out. I wrote it as a C++ library. This month, it's converting everything to Rust because I'm really getting into Rust. So actually, I'm doing it in place. This library you can get on my GitHub here. And right now, it only has a C++ implementation, but when I'm done, like today or tomorrow, it'll also have a Rust version, so you can make a Rust crate out of it and use it to find the headers in an email, for example. I'm going to be using it mostly for reading web request headers and generating web response headers as well. So since the code already works and it has unit tests and everything, I'm basically just taking the code and the unit tests and converting them to Rust, and then I'm going to be cleaning it up to make it more like idiomatic Rust, like correct Rust. What I like the most about Rust, I got some good answers for that. Where did I put it? I need to find it, though. The problem is I switched workspaces. I think when I was in the Rust workspace, I had this note here. Under doc, right? Or is it up here? Pros and cons? Sure, let's look at pros and cons. Yeah. Here are things that, in my opinion, are pros about Rust and the cons. So this was pitched to me, and as the reason I should learn it in the beginning, is that Rust is both fast and safe. Safe as in that programs are checked by the compiler a lot more rigorously. You know, it's more rigorous and strict. And so you'll have fewer bugs not caught by the compiler. You still have bugs that the compiler can't catch, but there will be fewer of them. And in my experience, it's mostly true that once I get a program to compile in Rust, it usually works, or mostly works. Maybe there are a few design issues with it. The compiler checks a lot of stuff, and also the Rust runtime checks a lot of stuff. It checks overflows. It checks buffer underruns. It will check memory allocations. There's just a lot of built-in checking, which I think is a good thing. I like the rigor in it. It's also a con, though, because it does increase the complexity of code. It's harder to write and read Rust code, but I've always liked challenging puzzles, and so I'm fine with it. I think I had another note about this that goes into more detail. There's the not my favorite features. So I'm softening a bit on this. Like, at first I was sort of put off by the fact that you have to put the size of integers in the type name, and also that a lot of the types are abbreviated, like this, excessively terse, like str instead of string, and vec instead of vector, and fin instead of function, mut instead of mutable. And then also you can't make str into string because there's already a type named string, so which is another thing I didn't really like, that there's some confusion between string and str, which is a slice of a string. But yeah, I've gotten over some of these. But yeah, just to be fair, there are some things I weren't quite my favorite features. I thought I had a more detailed explanation about what I really liked about it. My weak points, pros and cons. Why Rust? Oh yeah, that's the why Rust command. We have what is Rust. It's like a combination of C++ and TypeScript, strict typing similar to C++, compiler and link not interpreted, tools that have a JavaScript TypeScript flavoring, designed to be both fast and safe. Let's wrap that. I guess I ought to expand on the pros and cons and what I like about it. But yeah, to sum it up, I like that it is a lot more rigorous, and that by the time I get my code to compile, it has a lot fewer bugs in it. It's also it's fun to write because when I get it to work, I feel like I've accomplished something non-trivial. Like, it's really hard to write code in Rust, at least for me. So once I get it successfully written, it's like I feel like I've accomplished something. All right. And it's something new. I've been doing C++ for lots of years, so this is very new. I've only been doing this a couple months now. What am I doing with the... Oh, with parse... Yeah, okay. I just need to get reoriented here. Yes, so I think I've decided that body offset should be returned as an attached context to a state. So that's down here, right? Complete. Yeah, why don't we do that? So we'll add a complete and we'll have a body offset. Well, that's a usize, right? Might as well just document it right now. You like Rust because when it compiles, it's much more rewarding. Yeah, that's what I think too. Like Rust because cargo? Right, the built-in package and distribution and dependency management. That is awesome. Maybe I ought to make that another note. So let's go back to my note for why Rust, and I'll just add a new note. Is it going to save in the same place? I don't know if it will. What if we save as? Now it will put it in the same directory. What I like about Rust. Cargo. Essentially built in. It's not technically built in because it comes alongside, but it's maintained by a group that's tightly knit with the Rust community and people who work on the compiler, and you usually... Almost everyone, I believe, uses the cargo tools when they're using Rust. Essentially built-in tools for package management, or for management of packages, dependencies, and other useful tools. I also like the linter. Whether it's the default or the Clippy linter, it's really nice to have this out of the box. And let me put as a bullet above this what I was saying before. The language and compiler are very strict and rigorous. Which, for me at least... Oh, the wrapping is not working quite right. For me at least, leads to code working more often. Leads to code that usually just works once I get it to compile. Rusty nums and watch statements are pro. Yeah, that's true too. Got to list all those things, right? These are why we like it. I guess going along with this, I feel a real sense of accomplishment when I get something to compile. All right. Whereas in C++, I get it to compile, and I'm still left like nervous that is this actually going to work, right? Built-in unit testing. I really like that. with C++, I had to go out and find Google tests, right? And it has funky macros. I guess that's another thing. No funky macros or header file. What's a good word for this? Junk. What happened here? That got squished. All right. Mumbo jumbo. I like that better. Spaghetti? Nonsense? We're going to say what? Oh yeah, enums and match statements. Enum... Well, I guess we say enums and match statements are cool. I guess going along with that, or as a supplement to that, the option result types along with tuples and enums are very powerful and easy, and make it easy to mix error handling with the flow of data through your code. There, that's what we're gonna say. I have decided. That's what I'm gonna say. Shenanigans. There we go. Finding all these synonyms for mumbo jumbo nonsense. Yes, I have spoken. Raimu has spoken. And if I think of more things, we'll add it to that list. There we go. All right. This enumerates the different states, the different states that a message headers, let's just say a message headers can be in after parsing more input. Okay, complete. All the headers have been parsed and the body has been identified. The attached number indicates the byte offset where the body begins in the original message. Actually, I need to look back and see, do we actually keep a copy of the message, or do we rely on the user of this library to keep their own copy? Because if they have to keep their own, if we're only passing the offset, that means they need to remember at least the part of the message that begins with that byte offset, right? I know that for the headers we are keeping our own copies, so the user doesn't need to retain those. Okay, error. Do I keep this just generic? I think I do, but I'm going to want to attach something here. I should probably be more specific about what kind of error also, right? Yeah, let's be more specific here. So this one is we're just going to make our own error type, right? Error. Then why am I doing that? Why not just return a result? Yeah, let's just switch. Let's just fix that now and have it return a result. So then we'll have complete and incomplete. And maybe more states? I don't remember what states I actually originally had. Okay. Then why do I bother have a state? Why not just have an option? Yeah, this is silly. I don't even need this. I don't need whatever I had here. Go back. I don't need a message header state. I can just make this a huge option. Right? Yeah. Forget it. This is just going to return a result option queue size error. Okay, and so in this case we are returning some kind of error. I just need to be expressive on what kind of error that is. This error is not an invalid header line, is it? I should be specific about this. I should say like this one means the line is too long. So this maybe should be like colon expected. Header line missing colon. The attached string the attached string was expected to be a header line, but does not have a colon in it. Sure. And then another error. This one will be line too long. Header line too long. I don't remember why I have... Oh, I know. I remember why I have this. Because in some protocols like HTTP, an attacker could just send the same character like X, constantly trying to overflow your buffer. So I put this on purpose that if we hit a line length limit before we see a line terminator, then we just stop and say we're not going to parse anymore. That's what this is. So header line too long. And we're not even going to bother with a giving it a string. Well, actually, I guess we could. Sure. And now I'm wondering, can I bundle in this error a slice? It would be difficult, I think, because it'll be bound to the lifetime of this reference, which we don't have. Which could be anything. I'd just leave it as a string for now. Let's have this first part. The attached string was expected to be a header line, but actually it's a little bit different. The attached string is the beginning of a line that was expected to be a header line. The header line length limit, too many L's, was exceeded before the line terminator could be found. That's what we're going to say. So then the proper thing to do here would be return error that, and then clone off clone off the raw message. So that would be raw message from offset to offset plus what? Yeah, offset to offset plus line length limit, right? And we'll just go inclusive, I guess. Offset plus line length limit. And then that needs to, we need to promote that to a string there. Why doesn't it like this whole thing? Is it because, yeah, it's not, let me comment this out, because I don't like seeing a huge error there. I'm only looking at one thing at a time here. Right, it's not that. It's like that. And then this is wrong, why? Oh, wait a minute. I don't have to borrow to... Oh, okay. I guess I don't have to borrow. Hey there, Phil. I forgot to say hi. There are two Phils, actually. Phil Powers and Phil Acio. And hey there, Ireld. And Mr. Sir, Sam Griffin, how are you today? I think the I Have Spoken was before when we were figuring out what I like about Rust. I think at some point I said, that's how I'm going to phrase it, and that's it. I have spoken. Okay, so this is so far so good. All right, lurk mode. Lurk away. Thank you for lurking, CM Griffin. Okay, so I can bring some of this code in piece by piece. Bail if the line is longer than the limit. Isn't that what we already did? Hold on, why do I have two things checking for line limit? This is if we couldn't find a terminator. This is if we found a terminator and it was still too long, right? Ah, yeah. Wouldn't I just return the same thing then? And then maybe if I can somehow combine this code here with that code, that would be nice. I'll figure that out later. From the Mandalorian? Oh, right. The creature that helps him out. Yeah. It is. I could also say that we should return a result if we have a possible error, because that is the way. It is the way. Stop of the line length is found. This is where the headers and the end and the body, which we don't parse, begins. Right. So then we advance the offset and break. The intent is that. Right. We'll just fill this in. I can just do if offset 0, then okay, message header state incomplete. No, it's okay none. Right, we're getting rid of message header state, right? So it's okay none. Else, so then I can just put okay. Clumsy. None or some offset. All right, how to clean this up? Shouldn't I just make offset an option and then just return and have okay offset? Well, okay body offset. I think I should just do that. So body offset should be an option. So that should be none. And then only... Then why do I bother having this offset? I guess I can say if offset is greater than 0, body offset is some offset. And then body offset. Okay, body offset. That'll work, right? Yeah, I like that. A result of an option? Yeah, this is basically saying it could have an error, but if it's not an error, we're returning a size or nothing. Hey there, Arash June. How are you doing today? And 715-209. Yes, we finished the URI parser. Hello. Finished the URI parser, now we're doing internet message headers. This kind of thing, where we're breaking this string up into what parts are the headers and what part is the body, and then amongst the headers, basically putting this into a hash map, essentially. And where the keys are the header names, and then the values are the header values. That's what this library is doing. Trying to stop procrastinating on your project? Just do it! Start now! I have spoken, it is the way. If only it was that easy, you know? Have someone just tell you, just do it. Just do it! I understand how that goes, though. I'm unmotivated a lot, and it's really hard to start. you know? Once you start, though, for me, it's easier to continue. It's just hard to start. Yeah, so message parsing like this is useful both for emails like this is, also for HTTP and SIP and a bunch of other protocols. Yeah, that's right. Listen to Shia LaBeouf. He just told everybody, just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Okay. Right, so we could have a header line too long because we never found the line terminator and we exceeded the length. We could bail if we did find the line terminator, but it's still too long. You know, I think I know how to collapse these. I could say if it's none or if offset plus raw message length is bigger than the... Oh, arrest you, just resub for 2 months in a row? Thank you for the resub. Yeah, it's great to be streaming again. I really like to combine these two. I think we'll do that. And we'll have this check first. Well, actually... yeah. We'll move the bail up to here, I think. Oh, thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Bail, if the line is longer than the limit. So we won't unwrap it, right? We'll say if there is a line limit, and then if... Well, let me think about this. Actually, I don't know exactly what I want to do there, so I'm gonna do it later. Let's just leave it as a to-do here somewhere. To-do. Both this block and the next detect header lines that are too long. Try to rewrite this to remove the redundancy. And then what I do is I come back and I do this to do during refactoring. This looks like an interesting language. I think so. And I just hit the totally wrong key. Yeah. This actually line shouldn't be here. I hit the wrong key and I closed the file or something. Let's open it again. I slip on the keyboard all the time. I think we're gonna turn off missing errors doc for a while. So I'm gonna do that up here. Allow missing docs. Was that the name of the error? No, I got it wrong. What is it? Missing errors doc, and it's under Clippy. Clippy. We'll remove that allow once we get everything working and refactored, so we remember to do the documentation. Okay, so this is obviously needs to be cleaned up. This block of code finds the end of the line, and if there is no end of the line, it does a check to make sure that we're not reading too much. That's if we get attacked by just a infinitely long string that has no line ending. If we do find a line ending, we still have to check if it's too long, because I haven't yet combined that code with that. Okay, so if we do... What is this? Line terminator is... Oh, if an empty line is found, then we advance... Actually, why do I do a break there? Why can't I just return? Why can't I just return this point and say we found the message? I don't know why. Is offset ever set to something else? I guess it is down here. No, but we always loop back up, right? Hold on a second, I have to hand something to someone. Suffice it to say, we have a growing list of things in the house that are Not exactly lost, they're just missing. Do I stream on Windows? Yes, I do. This is Windows. It's kind of hard to see because I'm on the second monitor, so the task ribbon isn't visible. But yeah, it's Windows. It's also hard to tell because Visual Studio Code could be on Linux. I could be fooling you, but no, it's Windows. All right, so where was I? I was trying to decide if instead of this break, maybe we just return, and then why do we have a while loop here? I guess this is to process all the input. So if we get here, we found a line, and we make sure that it's a valid header. Oh, I think I know why. It's possible that we might advance the offset and it might be exactly the end of the message. So we don't need to search for an end of line. We would just advance. Then I have a problem here, don't I? Let me look at the original code. What happens if this advances the offset and, I don't know, we reach the end of the message and we haven't found the body yet? Huh, I don't know. The min-max X shows that it's Windows. Oh yeah, up here. It's kind of hard to see because chat is in the way though. There are various subtle ways in which I make it hard for you to tell what operating system I'm using. This seems to me like a bug. We're complete if the offset is not 0. The offset will not be 0 if we do that. Oh, is that why there's this random check here? Oh, that's devious. So I don't like this code then. What does this function actually do? Looks ahead in the message for each line that begins with white space, it unfolds the line and the given header value, combining them. Combining them where? Into the value? Value, yeah. Oh, that's weird. So then, if it returns true, we found the body. But that's not what this says, so how could that be? It's if we break here. I don't like the way I wrote this code. This code is bad. We do need to do this unfolding thing, but it's also sort of tied up in finding the body of a message too. Do you like the way Rust does dependencies compared to using CMake? Yeah. So what I like about Rust, we're talking about the cargo built-in, essentially built-in tools for management packages, dependencies, and other tools, right? Yeah. It's a lot nicer that it's closer to the compiler, and so you don't need to like do an add-on which is sort of, you know, tied up in platform differences. The fact that Rust is pretty much platform agnostic or it abstracts the platform away from you to a large extent is nice. I guess that's another thing I should list why I like about Rust. The language, standard, library, and tools largely abstract away any platform differences. So most of the time, your code is very portable and cross-platform, which I really like. I like cross-platform. Thank you for that follow, by the way. I appreciate it. It's painful looking at code I wrote 2 years ago. That's bad. That has this weird design flaw depending on side effects like this break in order to return the true. I don't like that. Why do I have a break and then a return true? Why don't I just return true right there? That would make so much more sense. But then I just think that there's a bug here. Because if we return true from there, go back to where we were before, then it'll go and set the body offset to something, which, and then we have a redundant set here, which is weird. Anyway, if offset's not 0, we're going to say parsing's complete. But the only time parsing should be marked as complete is here. I think I'm just going to toss the original code and just write what I think it should be. It should be here, we should just return it. So we should just say at this point, return, early return OK, some offset. And there's no break there. And if we get out of this loop, then we should never do that. We should just say OK, none. Yeah. I don't know why we would ever say that we've reached the end of the headers. Do I need to annotate this? Probably. Actually, I don't even need that variable. Goodbye, variable. All right. Yeah, I like this a lot better. This just says process all of the raw message. If we get down to here, then we haven't found the end of the message yet. We only find the end of the message if we explicitly find an empty line that marks the difference, that marks the place that's between the headers and the body. Basically, this line right here. Once we find that line, we're done, because we know we've gotten all the headers and we know where the body starts. And if there's more raw message, then it would just append it to the body, and that's not the message header's job. Yeah, so I like that better. Cool. All right. So then, justifying my madness, we're going to separate the header name and value. And then we still have to do this advance and unfold, because you could have a folded line. They talk about that here. Folding. You could have something like this, where you find a line terminator right here, but then you have to keep reading, because if the next line begins with white space, you're supposed to take that line and append it to the previous line's value to basically reconstruct one header from all of these lines. So we're supposed to keep reading until we find a line that doesn't begin with white space, and that marks the next header line. Could be a theme, though? What do you mean by a theme? You mean like, as in a lot of new languages handle dependencies better? Because that has been, I think that's been a recent thing in programming languages. They're getting better at handling dependencies. Oh no, you're talking about the fact that I'm on Windows. Yeah, I could be totally fooling you with the KDE theme. That is true. But does this help if you see that? Does the KDE theme use those? Could be. That's okay. I don't mind being derailed for a little bit. It really bothers me that the compiler is being very aggressive right now. So separate. So if we get OK, then it's a header line, and then we're supposed to okay, this is not right. Let me look at the original code. Look ahead in the raw message and perform line unfolding if we see any lines that begin with white space. Do we return offset? No. How does this work in practice? Let me look at unit test to see how this works in practice. Like for a multi-line message. Keep going. One where we feed it a little bit at a time. I have that in a loop in one of these tests. I'm looking for a parse raw message that's inside of a loop somewhere. Do I not have one of those? Oh, that's bad. We should have a test, like the most aggressive test would be parse one character at a time until it says that we're done. It doesn't look like I have one though. That's bad. Okay then. Well, all right. Never mind then. Let me try to figure out how the folding works. We find the header name and then the first part of the value, and then we look ahead and we say, oh, hey, there's more of the value. So it'll update value, right? Yeah, we tell it the line terminator. Oh, it's advancing offset line terminator and value and in a loop. So this is going to hit all of the lines that have the value in it. Right, if it doesn't find the end of a line, then we couldn't fold it because we don't have all. So this is basically all or nothing. So if we couldn't find it, we're going to return false, and that does what? That says it's incomplete. That's correct. And we will not... Oh, I remember this. With incomplete, the user is supposed to retain the raw message and then concatenate onto it more data and then try again. That's the key. Where do we say that though? It doesn't look like I say that anywhere. Maybe I say it in the state, whatever that variable was, or that enum was, incomplete. That's not right. I don't like this. I need to see how we use this in practice outside of this library. Sure, we'll look here in the old web server code. Next raw request part. Header state. If it's incomplete, we return message end, which is what? We are consuming the message then. Wait. Then where does it put a partial header if it hasn't finished unfolding it yet? I'm asking myself from 2 years ago. Oh, I forgot to say hello to Drogenmar. Should I return an error here? Yeah. But it says advance and unfold. This does build things into the value. Where is that value defined? It's defined right here. So won't we lose it? Seems to me like we're going to lose a partial header if we couldn't unfold all of it. That can't be right, can it? Okay. Let me look somewhere else. How about in the client? Yeah, this advances by... Oh, wait. This is a dual-purpose variable? Oh, thank you for the follow. I see what's going on. This is terrible. This variable means one of two things. It's not really the body offset. It's the offset of where we need to resume parsing. Okay, so that's going to change my design a little bit. Okay. Yeah, it only advances that body offset, which is a bad name, if this returned true. If it returned false because it couldn't find the end of the header that it's unfolding, it doesn't advance that offset at all. So the next time we're through, we're going to reparse the same header, which is fine, but yeah. Again, though, oh, I see what it's doing. It's relying on the side effect of this early return. Okay, yeah, I hate this. I hate my old code. It's horrible. Why would I write it like that? Such a noob. Okay, so then how to do this correctly? I think we need there are 4 possible return values then, right? It could be an error. It could be that found the body. Or it could be that didn't find the body. Currently at offset X. Found the body at offset X. Or offset, let's say offset Y. So I can't use option to encapsulate these two because I need a value for both found and didn't find. So I can't use option then. This has to be something else. This has to be like parse status or something. Let's call it parse status. And parse status will have will be an enum. So where to put it? Right here maybe. Enum parse status complete, and that has a use size, and then incomplete also has a use size. Yeah, right. And so let's document this. This enumerates the possible non-error states, the message headers. The possible non-error states message headers can be in after parsing a bit of input. The body was found at the attached offset. Attached byte offset. In what? I think the way I wrote it was it's the attached byte offset in the last input string. Your old code is worse. We should always be trying to improve our code. So you and I both, Dragamar, I'm going to be improving my code, and you can be improving your code. It doesn't matter which one is worse. It's all in the past. It's all about the code we're going to write, right? The body was found at the attached byte offset in the last input string. And here we'll say the body was not found, but all characters up to, but not including the attached byte offset were parsed. So maybe I need more words here, but what I need to imply is that if we get incomplete and we get some number here, we're supposed to chop off that number of characters from the input, but if there's more input, we're supposed to pass that on the next call. Yeah. Maybe, should I just say that here? I need more slashes, don't I? The user is expected to call, what are we calling it? Parse? Why do I call it parse raw message and not just parse? Is there a reason why I called it parse raw message? Why don't I just call it parse? Yeah, there's no reason why I called it parse raw message. Just call it parse. Let's change it. It is now parse. Can I type, please? There we go. It's now called parse. So then we'll say parse. These are expected to call parse again, and the user is expected to call parse again with more input. starting with the unparsed portion of the previous input string and adding more to it. Good night, Lentil Stew Dragon. It was nice that you were here for a while. I should probably have a code example here even, right? So for example, you give it 5 bytes. It says incomplete 4. So then you drop the first 4 characters, but you take that 5th one, you move it to the first position, and then you add more input to that, and then you would call parse again. I think that I think I need to have an example here. I'll put in a normal comment here to do provide a working example below. Yeah. All right, I'll do that later. Okay, so then now that that's given, we have parse status should be there. That's correct. So then this is not okay. It's not sum anymore. It's parse status complete. And here the offset is where the body begins. Down here though, we advance and unfold. Here, it's not body offset. We should just say offset equals, right? Yeah. So I don't need to do that. This is new offset. Oh, wait. I have to change how advance and unfold works too. Hey there, Void Rose. I'm trying to port some C++ to some Rust. It's giving me some problems because my C++ code is a mess. This function, like, it's a mess because it has in-outs for 3 of its parameters. So it's got, like, massive side effects. And, like, it's not very well documented what those side effects are. Like, this describes what it is on input, but doesn't describe what it is on output. Yeah, this is terrible. True means what? I don't know what true means. Oh, true means we broke out because why? What does that mean? Oh, it's not a blank line. It's not a blank line, and we found white space. So this would mean it either is a blank line or we didn't find white space. Right. So we return true means we either found the next header after the current one or we found the body. So we don't know which one yet. Either way, though, the offset will have been updated, right? Yeah, the offset would have been updated. So I can't use what I was expecting to do, a result. I can't do it that way, can I? Oh wait, yeah, I can. I don't need new line terminator though. I don't actually think we use that output variable, line terminator. Line terminator, I never used that after this point. Right? Yeah, just a new one gets assigned up. Okay, so then there's no reason for that to have been an output parameter at all. Okay, so they don't need that one. Yes. So there actually are 3 possibilities. There's an error. There, we actually unfolded a new header, or we didn't. Right? I guess then that could be an option. Yeah, this is so clumsy. Oh, that doesn't indicate a error, does it? Oh, shoot. I saw this successful, and that doesn't mean error if it's not successful. That's just the wrong word. This just means there was nothing, we didn't have enough input yet. Okay, so then we shouldn't use this error type. We should say what? We should say new offset some value. Otherwise, it is a new offset none leads to an incomplete, and then the new offset is what we return. So why don't I just put offset here? Oh, actually, let's just leave it. We're supposed to return OK parse status. Incomplete, and then attach the body, attach the new offset to that. Right. So then, what if I just say offset equals there, and then this is just new offset, like that? That works. Except for, I'm missing something here. What's wrong with that? Expected a semicolon, because I'm missing a parentheses. No. I wasn't missing a parentheses. This is hard. Hey there, Xander AG. I'm doing hard stuff for me. I'm relatively new at Rust, so porting the C++ code to Rust is sort of difficult for me. What's wrong with that? Oh, yeah, because it's an assignment, we need to have a semicolon. Got it. Okay, then remove white space that might be at the beginning or end of the header value. So we'll make that function later. So value needs to be mutable. Where is value? Oh. Aha. So then I should have like what? Just a let, I guess? I don't want to shadow offset though. Can I do it this way? Let value and then value, offset value. And then this would be offset value. I guess I can't do that. Invalid left-hand assignment. Why? These structuring assignments are not currently supported? Destructuring. Is that because it doesn't know what this means? I should provide a declaration of that. Up here. Function advance and unfold. So that we wanted to return an offset and a value. To do. And I need to get the parameters correct. Raw message. Do I need line terminator? I think I do. It's just a black shirt. Good evening, Everex and Habite. Isn't the botland shirt? It is. Botland. Botland. I didn't know you could see the botland. I guess I must have done that and you saw, oh, it's the botland shirt. Paste right here, right? You found something before I left? Configuring Rest FMT? Yeah, I need to go back and do that. That's a good point, Everex. I really need to at least try to configure Rust FMT to match my coding style. I don't know what the right word is there. Kind of easy, yeah. I'll give you a point for that. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, raw message is a slice. Offset is a size. Why don't I just combine that with the slice? What am I doing here? I don't need an offset. Line terminator, I do need a size though. See, I can just combine the offset here. Like that. Okay, still it doesn't like me doing a destructuring assignment. Okay, well I'll just write this a different way then. How should I write this? I should probably just say let new offset and value equal that. Oh, this has to return us some... an option, I mean. Alright. Yes. Actually, I don't need to do a match there, do I? I can just do that, and I can say if value is none, then return incomplete. Let value equal value unwrap. That's easier to say, right? You work in .NET, never done C++ or Rust, would you recommend learning either? I'd recommend learning C and C++ just because they're so widespread and there's a lot of established code out there. Like the last contracting job I had, I needed to know C++. So, because the work was to make a Windows audio driver, and the example from Microsoft is in C++. And if I didn't know C++, the example was close enough to C that I could have figured it out, and I could have written in C too. So I recommend C, C++ just because it's applicable to a lot of jobs out there. If you're not looking to get a job in programming, maybe it's not as important. But, you know, like the Linux kernel is all in C, right? A lot of things out there are written in C and C++. Rust I would recommend only if you want a challenge and you want something that is like newer, has better package management. Here, let me just show you again the what I like about Rust list. So, code that just works once you get it to compile. You feel a real sense of accomplishment when you get it to compile because it's hard, because the compiler is strict and there's a lot of rigor in there. That's one reason. There's a lot of power in the language in enums and match statements. I guess we should say enums and patterns. The conventions of having variants and how that mixes with error handling. The dog's barking, sorry. Pattern matching. I might have to mute until the dog stops barking. Unless you want to hear puppers barking. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, puppers. That's the puppers. Barks whenever someone comes home or walks by. Hello. Someone just got home from school. He doesn't have his own command. I don't like him as much as I like the cat. And the cat isn't on his cat tower, so there is an empty cat tower right now. Yeah, anyway, back to what I like about Rust. These would be reasons why you... Barking again? Oh, because someone else walked in the door. Cats win, yeah. So yeah, if you want to know if I would recommend Rust learning, it would be if any of these meet what you like. So the mixing error handling with the flow of data is really well done, I think, in Rust. There's built-in unit testing. There's no funky macros or header file junk. So if you learn C, C++, you have to put up with both of these concepts of macros and header files, which are quite different from other languages. They're based on really old programming philosophies that are sort of out of date, right? So you don't have to put up with that in Rust. And Rust has built-in package management. C and C++ don't. There's a built-in linter. It's really nice. The fact that Rust abstracts you away from the platform differences is nice. So if you learn C, C++, you'll be more apt to run into these platform differences. So like, again, back to the example of the last contract I did, a Windows audio driver. It was like basically a Microsoft dialect of C, C++. I had to use like certain macros and certain conventions that will only work on Microsoft. Thank you for that. And You don't have to put up with that so much with Rust because Rust sort of abstracts away a lot of the differences. So both C and C++ and Rust are lower level. The differences are C, C++ are older, so there's a lot of crud like with macros and header files, and there's a lot of differences between platforms, and Rust is a lot stricter, so there are pros and cons of both. One of the things that's really bad is there isn't such thing as modules. Yeah, so in the newest C++, I think they are trying to pull some of this stuff in, but it's only in the very, very latest version, right? And yeah, Rust has this from day one because it's newer and people wanted it in from day one. I think the biggest roadblock to Rust, though, is that it's strict and rigorous. So it's not as pleasant or easy to get started in it. If you want to learn something and you don't know either language, I'd start with C, then work yourself up to Rust. That'd be the path that I'd take. All right, so just to ask you in terms of her, what do people mean when it's lower level? So generally it means that you use techniques and have access to APIs that are closer to the hardware. So like, for example, in Java and C#, you generally don't have access to hardware registers. Your code is running on a virtual machine, which is a layer between you and the machine and the actual hardware. Something in C or Rust, you can write a kernel in them because there is nothing between you. There's no abstraction layer between you, usually, and the hardware. Yes, whatever X is saying. So in order to operate with real hardware, because of how people typically design hardware-software interfaces, languages like C and Rust have to have constructs in the language to allow you to do things like direct memory access, to be able to take a number and say, hey, this isn't just any number, this is a memory address. And hey, I want to be able to do some arithmetic on that memory address and then turn around and take the result and then use it to address memory again. You can't do that in a language like very easily, at least in C# or Java, because there is no direct memory access. You're running on a virtual machine abstraction between you and the hardware. C is high level because you don't have to write your program for different architecture. Yes and no. It depends. It depends on the context. So if you are on a platform whose compiler takes your C code and converts it directly to assembly language, it's low level by definition. But if you're writing C code that is maybe compiled with a library that abstracts away platform differences, then you're sort of choosing to avoid the low level access, and then it is high level by the fact that you're going through some abstraction layer. So I tend to see C as it's low level by default, but you can opt into high level. Same thing with Rust, actually, right? You can... Well, Rust would be sort of backwards. You're high level by default, but you can opt in to the low level stuff if you want. You can go unsafe in Rust. You can go to pointers if you want, but by default, you're with references. You're on top of an abstraction. Yeah, I don't know if you. I didn't want to say you can't because I don't know for sure with Java, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't. I'm pretty sure the virtual machine gets in your way with Java. Yeah, so I know with Rust, C++, and C, you can write a kernel in it because people have, and they do, where there is absolutely nothing between you and the hardware other than the compiler. Yeah, sure. So if there's a library in Java that exposes access to low-level stuff like hardware registers, then you can say, well, now you're opting in through that library to descend down to a lower level than Java. But you're dependent on that library, whereas in C, you could pick a compiler variant where there just is no layer in between you and the hardware. Like, it literally goes to machine instructions. So that's my definition of low level is does a language permit you to go directly to the hardware registers and memory straight from the language and only have to pass through the compiler layer. And you don't have to go through a library or virtual machine. Then it's low level. Been doing web dev for over a year now. I think it'd be fun to learn more stuff about. Yeah, if you're really interested in low-level stuff, get yourself a Raspberry Pi. It's like super cheap, and then you start with the Linux kernel and environment, and then you can program the hardware registers directly if you want. You could replace the kernel and just write your own kernel for your Raspberry Pi. Learn C before C++. I tend to agree with that too, because C is simpler and does not have object orientation. And especially if you're learning it for low-level stuff, you don't need object-oriented stuff for low-level programming. Object-oriented programming is more for higher-level constructs, and it's sort of a philosophy that's, at least for me, falling out of favor anyway. You know, Rust doesn't have it unless you force it in. Anyway, yeah, I agree. C before C++. Learn Rust once you're ready for a challenge, and maybe I've had some experience in some other languages. I wouldn't do Rust as my first language. It would be way too hard. Hey there, Nui. Aren't you up late? How are you doing? And let me give some ways to people I didn't say hi to before. Sid, Who12, and Touch a Give. I don't remember where your message was, so I'm going to have to search for it. But my stream helper says, oh, bark back at the dog. Yeah, I missed that because the dog was barking. Hey. And Evenatech, hello. Where was your message? There it was. If you write C according to POSIX, you can run on many operating systems. C, yeah, so POSIX is an abstraction layer. Yeah, I agree with that. Hey. Good old polymorphism via struct field ordering. Maybe we need to have a good Rust for beginners. That would be a hard thing to do, EverX. Rust for beginners. Because that, almost by definition, is a difficult thing. Seen a university course in Rust, it was nice. That would be a fun, challenging project. Make an intro course for new programmers based on Rust. That sounds extremely difficult to me. Okay, this I bet we have built into Rust somewhere. Let me see exactly what that is in my old code here. Strip margin whitespace. What does that do? It finds, so it strips the left and right sides of whitespace. There's probably something built in to do that, right? Let me look. Eric.dev, you're raiding me with 17 people. How was your stream? How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. I'm porting stuff to Rust today from C++, so I'm looking up now if there is a function in Rust, which there probably is, to strip whitespace. How about whitespace? Split whitespace? Is whitespace? This is kind of what I want. This iterates. I don't really want that though. I want to like chop the whitespace off. Trim? Ah, that sounds like we're onto something. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. We want trim. So I don't need to make my own strip margin whitespace, do I? I'm just gonna call trim. Actually, it's just value.trim, right? Excellent. Oh, I can't do that because value is not mutable. Now it is. And I still can't call it y. Because it's returning a slice. So we want to go back to string. It was a 7-hour stream. Wow. You lost some folks. Well, 7-hour stream, you'll have a lot of people coming in and out. You're also doing Rust? That's great. Yeah, I'm new at Rust, so for me, I struggle. It's better than it was about a month ago when I was really new at it. But yeah, everything above my cursor generally is going to be Rust, and everything below is going to be sort of in the state of being ported from C++ to Rust. Trying to finish some refactoring. That's what I was doing yesterday. My order of operations is to get it to work first, then refactor, and then if I have time and if it's necessary to optimize, I'm usually in step 1, which is to implement. But yesterday I did do a bit of refactoring. My Rust is good. Well, I just don't feel comfortable with it yet, you know? I struggle. Like, I didn't know trim was the function I should call there. Okay. I don't have a place to put headers yet. I suppose we want to put them into a hash map keyed by header name, right? So let's allocate that. Well, let's provision that inside our message headers. So let's it's right here, headers. Hash map from header name to string. And we'll need to use, hold on, what? Yeah, I need to import it. Use up here, right? Do I mix it with my own internal uses? I suppose it's fine. Use standard collections hash map. There we go. And then in my new, I have to make a new one. Hash map new. There we go. Natural causes achievement. Hey there, live coding. How are you doing today? And again, thank you for the raid, Eric.dev. Sounds like you had an awesome stream. All right, so where was I? I was where the compiler error is down here. Yeah. So in place back, we're not doing that. We are doing self headers insert. The key is name, the value is value. And then we have updated the offset at this point, right? I think so? Because it'll loop back now and look for the next line terminator from the new offset. Let me make sure that that's right. Yeah, we'll have gone to the next line at that point. Okay, so then we don't need to do anything more. It'll loop back, right? Okay, so if we do get an error from trying to separate the header name and value, we want to return that error, right? And how do we... Yeah, it's just going to be error. And the error will be one of my error types, which I have in another file called error. And I need to define a new one. So this kind of... Oh, wait a minute. We can just tunnel it from here. Return error. There we go. All right. Right, there's no none anymore. If we get down to here, it is what? Incomplete? I think it's incomplete offset. Parse status incomplete offset, I believe. Our unit test will confirm if I got it right or wrong. Name is not right. Oh, it's header. Oh, wait. Do I want the entire header in headers, or do I split it between name and value? I think in the original code I kept them separate, right? Oh, header is a vector? Why did I do that? Oh, did I want to preserve the order? Is that why I did that? Is there any reason to preserve the order of headers? I can't remember, but maybe I do have maybe that was on purpose. I think, because I'm not sure if that's a requirement, and let me keep it for now. So instead of hash map, we'll just use a vector then. What file am I? I'm in the wrong file. This one. I need to go to where I added the headers. Headers. Where are you? Headers. Here. So instead of hash map, it would just be a vector of headers. And that has a name and a value. What's wrong with this? Oh, I need to derive debug and default for header. Sure, we could do that. Why not? Why can't I derive that? Because header name doesn't have a default. Now it does. Okay. self.headers, we can't do an insert, but I can do what? Push, I think? Header? Yeah. All right, there we go. So that's complete. I still have a couple of compiler errors to deal with. This one, that's vecnew. Oh, and that whole thing now became an error. Wonderful. What's the error? Private type, parse. Okay, so parse status needs to be public. Now we just got a bunch of warnings and a compiler error down here. Right, so I got rid of this now. Instead, it is going to be an expect an OK header parse status complete. Whatever that number is. I don't remember. I guess we can just run the test once and it's going to be some number. I'll put 100 there for now. And then get rid of the 0. And what's wrong with that? Cannot compare because parse status doesn't implement debug or probably display too. So yeah. Let's derive debug, and it probably wants me to derive partial or partial equal or something. Wait, what? Can't compare those two results. Why not? Do I need to break this up then? Do I need to first assert that it's okay? Sure. Let parse status equal that. Then assert that it's okay. And then unwrap it. Actually, I can just assert at this point, right? I can do that. No, there's something else I can't. Oh, that's the partial equal thing. Partial equal, that's what I thought. Might as well also derive equal since we can. Why am I getting a warning here? You should put message headers between ticks. Oh, that's handy. You'd love to learn French, but you know you won't have anywhere to use it. That's what happened to me. I learned French twice. Once in high school, the second time in college. Forgot it both times. Went to France, struggled really badly, felt bad that I couldn't remember enough of my French. Okay, so this I need to unwrap. Okay, cool. It's too... let me try this again. Can I go back to... can I say okay here and remove the unwrap? I can. So it was just all about the partial equal thing. So I can then remove that and put that there and get rid of this stuff. And remove that. Great. Okay. I'm ready to run the test again. Run it. Unimplemented function. Separate header name and value. I'm just letting the unit test guide me to what I need to implement. Use your German daily? See, I wish I had learned German. It just sounds so cool. That cute tick warning made you laugh? Yeah. It's like you should use tick marks because it is a type. Bravo to the lint developers, you know, to have the logic to have the written that code to figure that out. Okay, so I'm going to look at this, separate this one, and we're going to port this. We won't pull, well, let's pull the comment in. All right, paste. All right, so we don't need to worry about going past the end of the line because we're only given the line, right? Yes, up to not including the line terminator. Perfect. So then this is line find the colon, and we will do give this a name. That's in snake case. Say let that, and say if. That's weird. Why didn't it change it everywhere else? All right, if it is none, then I have a special error for this. I suppose this would be better made into a match. None. Error. Header line missing colon. Line. Dot to string. Sum. Name value delimiter. Goes to the rest of the code. Most programming related things are already in English. I've seen code that had German comments in it, and I also have seen code that had Chinese comments in it. So as long as the programmers are writing comments with lots of words in it, then you'll still get to practice your other languages. So this is line. And we're not doing substrings anymore, right? We're doing let it equal the slice from 0 to delimiter. Right? And then, yeah, we're checking to make sure every character in the name. So we don't allow white space mixed in with a name, apparently. Yes. So I can say if name.chars.any character, which is not visible. Is there an is visible? Is visible? Is ASCII visible? That's too bad they don't have an is ASCII visible. That would have been perfect. I'll just port this function directly. Maybe non-white space. I don't. It has literally. It has to be between these two ASCII codes. There's a white space check. Yeah, but what if it's 127 or a Unicode character that's non-ASCII? I guess we could check for ASCII. But like, would the codes between 0 and 31 count as white space? Yeah, we need to. I think I need to be. It need to be exact here. If any. Let's map to U8 or U32. C as U32, and then do an any. Yeah, I'll put that in a bracket. C less than 33 or C greater than 127. Then it is an error of some kind. What do we want to call it? White space in header name or something? I guess. You think is white space would work there? Check if is white space would work here. It wouldn't work. Okay. Yeah, I need to return an error. Well, at this point I don't need to do a return. I can just say error. But I need to define a new one, right? Header name contains illegal character. We'll include the entire header. Header name contains an illegal character. The attached string is the name of a header encountered that has one or more illegal characters in it. Why do I get a warning now? All variants have the same name prefix? Really? I think that's only temporary, because I'll have errors that don't have to do with headers, right? I'll let that. I never expected to see that. It's smart enough to see that they all begin with the name header. All right. Anyway, we'll keep it for now. Header line contains a illegal character, and here it will be name dot to string. All right. So then I want an else, don't I? Else, we're going to extract the value, so to be header. Okay, header name into, and I think is ASCII graphic will do. Okay, we'll check that. Check if is ASCII graphic will work here. I mean, this works, and it's very precise. Okay, but it would be nice if there's something that already did it for us. Value is line from name value delimiter +1 onward to string. All right, let's see what we get. Looks like I can't turn the name, which is a slice, into a, oh, it's a name into? That works. Okay, what's wrong with this? Avoid complex blocks or closures of the block. Instead, move the block or closure higher and bind it with a let. What? I don't understand why I put a none at the end there. I think this is about something else, right? Blocks in if conditions. Is it just confused? What if I remove the block? Yeah, there we go. Remove the block. Good night, Nui. Thanks for being here. Okay, back to the unit test then. I should have put a bookmark on it. Bookmark that. All right, now run it. Okay, not yet implemented in advance and unfold. All right, we're doing advance and unfold now. It's a stylistic choice to not have a large anonymous function in an if condition. Yeah, it just didn't like the block there. All right. Advance and unfold. Shouldn't this just be called unfold header, the way I have it in the context that it's defined in? It should just be unfold. Unfold value is what it should be. Yeah, let's rename this. Unfold value. And I think the primary return value is value, so I'm going to put that first, and then put the new offset second. And then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to put the option there. It's past midnight? Yeah. European crowd is, it's late for them, right? Not using hash map. All right, unfold value is what used to be advance and unfold. So this has a loop construct in it. That's what that for is. It is just loop. All right, so then line terminator is that. That's just len. This is next line start, and we'll do a let. So this is let again. Next line terminator is raw message find. Okay, so this should just be raw message from next line start onward, find CRLF. And then if it is none, we don't return false. What will we do here? Well, we just return none. Should I put the usize inside the option then? Because if we couldn't unfold it, yeah, if we can't unfold it, then we're not consuming it at all. Yeah, so that should just be, we don't need a tuple. It's an optional tuple of string and size. And then here it's return none. So then I need to change, is it not gonna, oh, I did that wrong. There. So where we use it then, it should be, like if sum, right? If let sum else that. So this would just be offset. There's no new offset. And yeah. This goes in here. So then, wait, what do we do with the new offset? I think I forgot to update that. It should have been, offset equals, yeah. This should be, so I don't need to do the unwrap, but I would do, offset equals new offset. And then, what did I do wrong here? Oh, tuple. All right. Are you guys playing with turbofish again? There's always a bigger turbofish. It's a gigafish. Yes. I suppose that doesn't need to be a bare line. We can put that, whoops, we can put that by right there. Okay. All right, so then unfold value, back to unfold value. Next line length is snake case. Let it be the next line terminator minus the next line start. Unwrap. No, this one unwrap. We use that more than once? No, that's the only place we use it. Okay, so if the next line begins with a white space, so if it is, yes, so we're going to removing these unneeded parentheses. I don't have WSP, so let me pull that in. That, I think I have that defined at the top. It's just space and tab. Oh, so here I could do is white space, right? The spec is very specific about what white space is. I think I will pull that in and maybe look into see if Rust agrees with that. We'll pull it in for now. We'll see if Rust agrees later. So that's const WSP slice is that. All right. Okay, raw message. This should be .chars. Or can you index you can't index a slice. I need to do like a chars from that index, right? Would it be chars skip? Next line start take? Or first? Or nth? Is some? Almost right. In Rust, whitespace checks the value as ASCII whitespace character. Yeah, so it'll think that well, we won't have character return or line feed. Form feed. Yeah, form feed is not treated as whitespace in this RFC, so I think we need to be precise about it. But thank you for looking that up, Everx. You make it a doc block? Maybe. Well, I would make it a doc block if it's public. I don't know if I needed to make it public, though. We're replacing 33 with a question mark. Oh, can you do a question mark to have it return none? I didn't know you could do that. I thought you could only do that with results. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I thought that only worked with result. Thank you, 71529. Hold on, I think someone's at the door. I'll be right back. Amazon delivered me something. Options can also be propagated. I suppose that makes sense. So it does the unwrap, which is cool. It does the unwrap or it returns none for me. Okay, so then I don't need the unwrap. Neat. Yeah, what did I do wrong here? Okay. Raw message, chars nth. Oh, that goes here. With an extra parentheses. It's still wrong. Hold on, what? Wait, what? Find... Oh, no, that was correct. Oh, I didn't know that. It implements... It works with anything that implements try, so I could use my... Oh, that's cool. Thank you for that, Silency. I didn't know that, and that could come in handy later. Someone make a note for that. Okay, so my method of extracting that character from raw message is not working. Line starts, yeah. So I don't understand this error. Expected a closure, found an option. Why is it expecting a closure? I guess I don't understand that. Whoops. Cargo Clippy. Can't be used unstable yet? Yeah, but by the time... See, Ereld, by the time I try to use it, it'll be stable. Oh, it tripped up before that, I guess. On line 46. No, it's... Okay, so this is probably being tripped up by this other junk. So I'll ignore that for now. Append a single space to the header value. Oh, we haven't established value yet. Did I delete that? Advance. Oh. Is that initialized to be an empty string at first? Value, where is that? Oh, no, we have to pass it in to mutate it, apparently. Okay, I didn't see that. So we need to pass that in, yeah, to be mutated. String. Where is the value? Where is the value? It's up here somewhere. Oh, it's header.value. Will it let me? It won't let me do that? Yeah, it will let me do that. We're mutating the header in place. Yes, because then why do I need to return it from unfold? I don't need to do that, do I? Oh, I could, instead of mutating, I could pass it in then and get it back out. Yeah, okay, I like that better. Let us pass it by value. And then it gets passed back out. So that's mute string. Wait a minute. Oh, you can't add a character to a string? Is it, what is it, append? Push? Push. Can't add to a string, you have to use push. Alright. Okay, first, this is a really long name. So that's let. Find first not of. What's the equivalent of that in Rust, I wonder? Probably find with some kind of closure. Find. There's too many things called find. It would be in slice, right? Actually, here it is. Here's the slice one. So in C++, find first not of is finding the first character that's not in the given string. So what would that be? It'd be just faster for me to look it up with a Bing search, right? Rust find first character not in set. Would I just use an iterator then? What am I doing with that? I'm getting the index. So yeah, so I can just do char. I can do an iterator pattern here. So raw message.chars actually we can begin from next line start and onwards. Chars dot enumerate dot find. Predicate will take the tuple, which is the index and the character, right? Can I not do that? I can, okay. So then it would be sort of sloppy, but WSP is pretty small string, right? It would be like WSP dot find C not or is some is none. Can't do that. Hold on, what? Oh, is it just the return value here? So I have to return a bool. What does find just I don't guess it maybe don't need to enumerate because find for slice returns an optional item. Oh, right, but I want the index of it. So yeah, why isn't okay, so anyway, it would be oh yeah, what if it's none? Use chars indices, not enumerate on chars? Is it just a shortcut? Turns in array characters and their positions. So yeah, it's just oh right, because yeah, this is going to give me the wrong index. It's going to give me the character index, not the byte index. You are right. Thank you, Silency. So this is chars indices. And then that actually is a iterator, which then I would need to do an any on or find. Find. Oh, that goes up here. Okay, yeah, I deleted the wrong line before. And I can't do that because it's not not borrowed. Wait a minute, it's not a method of str? I don't get it. There's an associated function with a similar name. Did I just misspell it? Oh, it's char indices. There we go. Yes, so it's an index character. Why does the find not work here? It somehow doesn't like this character. Oh, because I need to dereference it. WSP is white space. It's chosen to match the symbol name from the RFC. So, because they use that explicitly here. WSP. So it's space and horizontal tab only, not the other characters. See, and they're also very explicit about what printable US characters means, between 33 and 126 inclusive. Yeah, that's why. All right, so then we did that. Yeah, but what if it's none? Wouldn't this be wrong? I'm in the wrong function, am I? Aren't I? Yeah, this would be advance. Yeah, wait a minute. What if it's all white space? This would be a bug, right? What is find first not of return if it can't find it? If it's all white space, it would return end position, and then this arithmetic is totally wrong. That's another bug. Perhaps. Let me look it up. C++. Really? I don't have it enabled? Okay. Find first not of. It would be one of these. Yeah, in pause. Yeah, that might be a bug right there. To do if the line only has white space after the... Oh wait, no, we already checked it up here. We already checked it up here. Oh no, but we didn't check if it only has... Right, if the line only has white space in it, wouldn't or wouldn't that become Standard string end position. Yeah, that's probably a bug. And here it's because I have to see if it's something or not, right? Right here. I think I want to do a match on this. Yeah. Or, yeah. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's shadow it. Equals match. Some first non-white space in next line. Otherwise it's none. Can't type. So next line length will be just the length of the line minus the next line length start, which is oh, wait a minute. This is what we're yeah, so it's just the same value. Or is it 0? It's 0, isn't it? Yeah, what do we do when a line only has white space in it? Do we fold an entire line of white space away? I should have a test for that. Why do you need to remove the leading white space? Because that's the rule for folding in the RFC. So they talk about folding. Where's my search? Fold. Folding white space in comments. So they have an example, don't they? Ah. Yeah. So subject this is a test can be represented as subject this enter white space is a test. And they say, here are the rules. They say here somewhere. Simply removing any character turn light space that is immediately followed by white space. And the white space is one or more characters, right? So, or is it? Okay, now I'm not so sure. Let me read this again. It doesn't say one or more. What if we had more than one white space here? Hmm. Well, we're not doing... well, maybe I guess I could do trim. The question is, what do we do with white space if it's at the end of the line? Do I preserve that? I think we don't, though, right? Yeah, where did I trim before? I do trim after unfolding. Okay. So yeah, maybe I replace all this with trim. Why do I need to be so elaborate, right? Hey there, Papata still Papa. Doing fine. Dealing with old code from 2 years ago, I was porting it blindly, and then as 715209 is pointing out, maybe this whole thing could just be trim. Chef Alton, I didn't say hi to you either. Hi. That was like 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Oh, it fell right between when I was giving people points, I think. Sorry about that. All right. Actually, won't trim remove too much? No, we've already checked it to make sure that the line doesn't have invisible characters, right? We did the 33 to 127 check. Yeah, we already did that check. And so that, we already separated it, and then during... Oh, that's only for the first line, though. Ooh, that's an important distinction. When we unfold here, we need to do that... Don't we need to do that same check here? Ooh, yeah. That's another bug. This check in the original C++ code for... that we do here is invisible ASCII. I think I only do that once. Yeah. We only do that on the first line. Ooh, that's bad. That's another bug. Okay. To do. Advance and unfold doesn't check for invisible visible characters. All right, so we need to do the same thing. Right, yeah. I'm not right now. I'll write a test for it later. When I write the test, it'll be for both languages too. And then I'll fix the C++ one. I want to do one thing at a time. So I don't forget, maybe I'll put that in my plan here. So go back and write more unit tests for possible bugs found and marked in the C++ code with to-do markers. Yeah, there we go. So I won't forget. I want to come back and figure out why that line is a problem. Okay, yeah, so that's... We can't just do trim. We have to do that other check, which I guess I can abstract away. Let's abstract this away. In fact, it can, we can use the question mark operator there too. All right, so what are we going to call it? Probably the same as I called it here, is S visible? Is invisible ASCII. Contains invisible ASCII. Well, check invisible ASCII, check for invisible ASCII. And it's going to take a slice, so that's text, string, well really it's line, or line fragment. Line, I guess we can do the whole line. And it returns a result with no, we don't really need to do anything on success, it's just checking for an error. There we go. So if line, actually we should make that more abstract. It might not be a line, it might just be a name or something. Else, okay. Right, okay, so then... Didn't mean to hit that key. Why come I'm in the wrong file? How did I get to chunked body? I don't know. Oh, we should move the two... We should move that up there too. There. Whoops. There. All right. Name, question mark. So I can just do that, right? And then I can remove all this stuff. So that actually looks more reasonable now. Find the colon. If there's no colon, it's missing. If it is, then at that delimiter, you break it between the name and the value. Is there a reason why I'm doing that just for the name? Maybe the value can have invisible ASCII? I should see what the spec says. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that's why I'm not checking it in the other place. Header, okay. Field name followed by a colon followed by a field body. A field name must be composed of the printable characters. A field body may be composed of printable characters as well as the space and horizontal tab characters. Oh. So that doesn't include characters like 0 through 8 or 10 through 31, does it? Ooh. Field body must not include except for when we're unfolding. And then, so what I should probably do is then have two functions. This one should be like check for valid header. That's what they say. White space is 32 and 9, or space and horizontal tab. It's a very old standard. Characters that programmers don't want you to see. Yes. So we can have space and horizontal tab in body, but we can't have other non-printable characters like vertical tab or escape, other escape sequences, I guess. Interesting. All right. So then I definitely don't have a test for that. Let me rename this. This should be validate header name. And let's make a validate header value. They call it a body. I call it a value. They call it a field name instead of a header name. I have slightly different terminology. I don't know if I want to fix that later. Okay, so then it's if it's less than 9 or it's greater than 9 and less than... Actually, wouldn't it be easier to say all? And then have it equal 9 or equal 32, or it's greater than 32 and less than 127. And I don't know my order of operations, so I'll just do that. What's the not all? Some, right? No, not all? What's the inverse of all in Rust? Any, but then reverse the logic on it? I don't want to do that. Where's my cheat sheet? Where's my museum cheat sheet? Oh, I guess I have to reverse it then. Okay. Or I guess I can put a not in front? Or just make it okay down here, right? There we go, that's better. If they all map within that character set, then we're fine. Otherwise, it contains an illegal character. Okay, so now we're going... Oh, didn't mean that. I did mean that. What am I doing? Yeah, so then this should be header value. Header value. Test string is the value of a header encounter that has one or more illegal characters in it. I wonder if we should include the header name here too. Can I put a to do in the doc comment? Consider including header name here as well. All right. How'd you write this in guard clause? Okay, see ya, Ereld. Thanks for being here. Okay, so then, where am I? What? Compiler errors? What? Yes. So I think while we're unfolding, we're not going to check that. So I don't want to do trim because the rules say we just trim the front, right? Unfold. Simply removing any CRLF that is immediately followed by white space. Does that mean just one white space character is removed? Should I be precise about it? What if there's more than one character? I thought they had a better example. It was in Appendix A, right? They had an example where it was folded. Yeah. Actually, did they have a folded example here? That might not have been here, actually. Oh, here we go. Ah. So this is multiple white space characters. I think we're supposed to remove one or more white space from the front. I don't know about the end, though. Between many, okay. I wonder if are they exact in the A, B, and F syntax for it? Maybe. I guess if we parse that, we'll end up removing the extra white space everywhere. Yeah. But that's after unfold. Yeah. So maybe we just keep it in there and let it get unfold. I don't know what to do. Oh, here we go. Folding white space. 0 or more white space, followed by character turn line feed, followed by 1 white space, is obsolete folded white space. So I'm not. So that implies that we're trimming from the end of the string too. Huh. Semantically interpreted as a single space character, runs of folding white space, okay. Now, what's a CFWS? I don't know. Okay. It's like one thing leads to another. Now I'm curious what CFWS... Oh, did I skip it? No, it hasn't defined it yet. What is CFWS? What is that? Wish I could just click it once and then have it go to where it's defined. Is it just at the top, the first reference? Where's my scroll bar? I don't even see it. Okay, there it is. Ah. Comments and folding whitespace may be freely inserted. Oh, it's comment folded whitespace. Folding whitespace. Okay then. So, just out of curiosity, where do we use comments in messages? Oh, quoted string. Is there an example of message with a comment in it? Here we go. Oh, are these the comments? The at? Oh, the parentheses, right? Those are comments. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, here's extreme example of. But none of these. That actually has a white space. No, those don't have any white space characters at the ends. Hmm. Blah blah blah. I think what I'm going to decide to do is trim. And then we're supposed to replace it with a single space character, right? So we'll trim both ends. And replace with a single space character, I think. We're supposed to put a single space character in its place, right? Ah. Didn't mean to hit that key. You have a hacker joke for me. I don't know if I want to read it. I'm in the middle of something right now. Does it have something to do with what I'm doing, with what I'm trying to figure out? Folding of white space and comments? Somewhere it's got to say like single, right? Ah, here we go. Runs in. Okay, that's what I'm going to do then. Then no thank you. I don't want the hacker joke. But hello. PhD horrible. Also, hello to you. Does that error enum compile? Yeah, it's just warning me about the fact that every variant starts with the phrase header. But I'm going to have other errors that don't have to do with headers, I think. Otherwise, maybe I'll just strike the word header off of all of those. All right, so then if I'm going to be trimming spaces, yeah, I might as well trim the. Well, hold on. What if there's an unprintable character? I'll let the header pass even though it shouldn't pass, right? Is that fine? I don't see why it wouldn't be bad. So, like, if one of these messages has an unprintable character that's not a space, like somewhere like at the end, or maybe in the folding or something, and we just trim it off, we would call the message okay even though it has an illegal character in it. Is that okay? Or could that be used to cause a problem later? I don't think, because what we're doing is we're just splitting off header value, right? I think it should be okay. Check for ASCII range. I'm just worried that if I allow like a whole bunch of junk to be at the end of one of these lines and it gets, we unfold it, it gets removed because of trim, we would allow the message in as if those unprintable characters weren't there, instead of flagging it as an error. The unfolding process would silently discard illegal characters. Would that be okay? All right, so I think I'm just going to do a trim and then leave a note here. We already appended our single space. Did we trim the previous line, though? Terminator. Next line length. Yeah, let's just... Yeah, okay. I'll just do a raw message. Push. I forget how to do this exactly. It would be... next line start, right? Why am I having such a hard time doing this? Is next line start to next line terminator? That's all I need, right? Dot trim. That. Trim both sides, right? Why not? Okay, do I need to borrow it, or do I just need to get rid of this junk? Concatenate the next line to the header value after trimming it. Okay, now what? Oh, I can't do a push. What is it then? Do I just... Can I do that? Without that? That worked. The question is, War Eagle, do we flag an error if there are illegal characters in the midst of that folding? Trim is going to silently discard those characters, right? Because it just says if it's white space, and I think white space... Oh wait, no. Well, some of the characters, like B and C in hex, are going to be interpreted as white space, and they'll be silently discarded. So even though they're illegal according to the RFC, they're going to be silently discarded, and then we won't flag the error. So this is going to potentially hide some characters that we ought to point out as being bad. That's what I'm sort of not okay with to do. This will silently discard some characters such as U plus 0B. Is that how you say it in Unicode? Or do I need just that? I don't know how to say Unicode. That a Rust thinks of as white space, but the RFC, let's be specific here. 5322 does not permit in a header value. Yeah, I'll just leave that as to do. Or consider I don't know, consider validating the string before trimming it, I guess. I mean, I guess I could do that now. What would be the harm in that? It would be an extra scan of the string. Yeah, why don't I just do that? So it would be let next segment equal that, borrow it, and then validate header value next segment. And then, assuming it passes that, then we trim it and add it onto the value. Now, why did it not like that? Because we can't return an error. Ooh. We have to be able to return an error. Result. And that it doesn't like because of why? Oh, because I don't say an error. All right. So then, okay. Continuing on then. So that's going to return early if there's an illegal character. Okay, yeah, I like that. Let's just leave that. Don't permit it, but then as long as it's okay, we're going to then trim it off. Oh, okay. Then moving to the next line, it's next line terminator plus the length of the next... plus its length, yeah. And... wait. Oh, yeah, we don't have offset anymore. I got rid of that. I said I was just going to reassign the raw... So can I just make that mutable? Yeah, and then we're going to reassign it here. Raw message equals raw message from the next line terminator plus that to the end. And then this would go to 0, wouldn't it? Hold on, how does that work? Wait. I don't think I had that right. What is it originally? I think I need a break or something. Advance and unfold. Plus... oh. Offset is not used anywhere else. I see. Okay. So then I have it wrong then. What we returned there down here. No, not there. It's in this else here. Yeah, so that never happens. In this break, I need the value that we computed here. That's essentially what I need. So, what does it start out as? Oh, message offset. Actually, don't even, it's not used on input. Current position where we should look for lines to potentially unfold. End of the current line. So this is the beginning of the current line then? But then why do I set it to that and then that's before that? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, this code was bad. How do I actually use it? Oh, it is that plus that. Okay. So, shoot. Well, I'm blanking here. I'm fading. It's 4 o'clock. I should be able to keep going. What's wrong with me? It's only 3 hours in. Pull it together, man. You don't even use offset? I do. I need to return it in the option here. It's the number... I'm trying to do too many things at once. What I need it for, it's the new offset. It's what we're returning out as the how much we have consumed. Where to begin when we call parse the next time, in other words. because we might have to pass some of the input back in on the second try because the first try got like maybe a fragment of a line, and we don't know if it's good or not. We don't know until we get the rest of the line, and I don't want to have a buffer. I don't want to have to make a copy of the input and keep it and then have to defragment segments. I don't want to have to do that. I want to pass that burden on to the caller to defragment if necessary. So that offset is saying where to resume the next parse, next time you call. So unfold is telling us like how far it went. Wait, this is wrong now? Am I just stepping on characters? What am I doing? I don't know. It's always next line terminator plus that, so I don't need that. Oh, that's not. This is the wrong thing. When I get to here, I need to return this. That's essentially what I want, right? So this is okay sum value that done. Yeah, that problem is that variable, no, that variable's up there. Why doesn't it like it? Expected unit? Oh, because of this. This should be a return. There we go. All right, now what's wrong with this? Actually, there's two things. I need to figure out what's wrong with that, and this is wrong. Actually, I suppose we're advancing next line start, right? Every time. Oh, line terminator we're moving. Yeah, not raw message. Yes. Yeah, we're advancing where the line terminator is. So I don't need to do that line at all. There we go. Move to the line following next line. Yes. So then the next time we're scanning past that to find the next CRLF. Because now we're returning an okay, I can't do that. So I need to turn this back into, ooh, that's a problem, right? I want to return okay with none. So then I would just do a map, wouldn't I? So, or, I guess? I don't remember these things very well. It's for option. I want like, or, yeah, I want an okay or, don't I? Transforms an option into as a result, mapping some to okay, yes, and none to, I don't know, that's not what I want. I want to turn an option into a result where if it's something, it's something. Yeah, then it's not okay or. I think it's just or that I want. No, that's not what I want either. Or else? Unwrap or? No, I don't want to do an... What do I want? If we find it, I want it to unwrap. If we don't find it, if it's none, I want it to... I guess what I want it to become a result. It's an option, it's an optional size, and I want it to become a result optional size, and then use that to unwrap it and return early on error. This is really hard to think of right now for some reason. Oh? Yeah, I want to turn an option into a result. So that would be okay or, wouldn't it? Sum to okay. and none to error. Yeah, I want okay or. No, I don't want an error here. No, fundamentally, I want to return early. And it needs to return an okay. Because there might not be a shortcut for this then. Because question mark, it works with either a result or an option. And if it's a result, it will return if it's an error. But I don't want it to return an error. I want it to return okay, none. Okay, so then let me not use question mark then. I think I'm going to do shadowing. So I'm going to say if... I'm going to do match. I don't know, what am I doing? I think I'm just doing let that equal that. Then if is none, return okay none. Then otherwise shadow it. Ah. Unwrap. Won't transpose work there? So basically, if it's none, I want to return okay none. Otherwise, I want to unwrap it. Is there a shortcut for that? Or did I just find something there's no shortcut for? I mean, I'm okay with leaving it without a shortcut. That's fine. So in no case, in no event do I want to return an error. But I do want to return early with an okay none if there's no terminator there. Because what that means is that we haven't found the end of the line yet. It's not an error, we haven't found the end of the line yet. If we do find the end of the line, then I want to take it and then see if we unfold it or not. Okay, so then, yeah, I think we're down to this one. Expected a closure, found an option. The trait closure is not implemented for option. I just don't I don't get this one. Okay, let's remove some parentheses because I don't need them. And then to make it easier for me to read, I'll do this. So I'm taking the raw message, which is a slice, and then I'm getting its characters. So it's an iterator over that. And then I'm taking the nth, where the nth is the where it starts. This next line start, which is a size. Nth takes a size and returns an option. And then I'm saying that and seeing. Oh wait. Oh no, I have to unwrap that, don't I? Find. Yeah, this will always be within raw message. I just need to unwrap that. There we go. If you had an option result, you could use transpose. Yeah, I don't have an option result. I just have an option. And if it's none, then I want to pass it along to okay. I want to map none to okay none. And then do an early return, which I don't know how to do. I don't think you can do it with try. There's got to be an easier way to express that. Basically, if the next line has more characters, if the next line is not empty, line is not empty, and we can find white space in the message beginning at the line start. That's what that means. You just use match for this. But then I would have to put the rest of the function inside of one of the match arms, right? And that would force me to... I'm trying to avoid indenting again. No? Oh, you're saying the match would return this value. And okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So then I would have a match here, you're saying. And then I say none. Return none. Some... I don't know. Index. Like that, right? Okay, you're right. A point for you. All right, yeah. Until I naturally write that on the first try, I'm just going to be uncomfortable, I think. Anyway. It takes me multiple iterations to get to where I'm happy with the way it looks. I think you had that exact problem somewhere before. Yeah. Maybe there's a shortcut for that we don't know of, right? This is a combination of early return with an unwrap, but the return has to be mapped. So that's what's different about it. If it was that, then it would be a just a question mark. But that's what makes it weird. All right, so then I think I'm done with this finally. Jeez. Oh, I have a compiler error. No. String offset. Wait a minute, what? Oh, I changed it to result option. So then I would put a question mark in front of that, right? Yeah. And it won't let me do that because it's immutable. What am I doing with the value here? Oh, this should be header.value equals that, right? And then header needs to be mutable. Yes. Okay. Do I have another warning? No, it's just I do have a warning. Because I don't have that implemented yet. Okay, let's run the test. Man, so hard. Oh, I do have a compiler warning. Dang it. Can't borrow as mutable. Because value is not mutable, indeed. So we do want to mutate that, right? Right. Wait, what? Consider choosing a more descriptive name? Is it because I need to say mute value? I have a tendency to do that. Yep, that's what it was. All right. Run again. Ooh, we went out of bounds. We went out of bounds. Error. Byte index 66. I guess we'll run it in debugger mode and see where it happens. Go to my code, please. Right there. Parse. Unfold. Yeah, okay, inside of unfold. Oh, you can't use the length of the string as the beginning to get an empty? Really? Well, that's a bummer. Okay. I could do that in C++. So I have to check to see if next line start is at the end of the, at the very end. And then if it is, then what are we doing? Then it's incomplete, right? It would be return none. Yeah, all right. If next line start is greater than or equal to raw message.length, then return okay none. All right. Okay, yeah, this is number that I had wrong. Okay, so then I guessed 100, right? So it's 66. Why does it say incomplete though? It should say complete. That should have been a sign that we finished. Okay, we got an incomplete when it should have been complete for that one. Unit dot dot unit does not contain unit. Does it go out of bounds? What kind of error was that? That was an out of bounds error. Ugh. Excuse me. All right, so we should have gotten an we should have gotten a complete. Complete happens if we get here. I'm gonna guess that the unfold is not working right. That the unfold unfolded the blank line somehow. That's my guess. Maybe it has to do with me making a mistake. Who knows? I should rearrange these functions anyway. All right. I'm gonna guess it's unfold value. Let's just put a loop there. So debug that. So the value right now is the first line, right? Yeah. Okay. And then wait. Oh. This line terminator is too big. Hmm. Yeah, it's because I changed the code to use slices and junk. Okay, so then yeah, the problem is here then. We need to subtract the offset from line terminator. Because it needs to be relative to that slice. That means I have to add the offset to the new offset, right? Yes, so that'll be a plus equals. So let's, instead of calling it new offset, let us call that consumed. Because that makes more sense, actually. It's how many bytes we consumed. Yeah, I think. We'll find out. Attempt to subtract with overflow? Okay, I messed up then. Oh, that's wrong. Dang. Won't that be negative then? Wait. I think this is wrong then. Have you ever met a 10x engineer before? I forgot what that means. A dev that improves the efficiency of the devs in their team is what you consider 10x? I don't, I'm not a good judge of that. I'm sorry. So Chris, how would a dev improve the efficiency of other devs in their team? Like, how does that typically work? Is it that they teach them techniques to improve their efficiency, or is it that they clear the way for those other devs by like spotting and removing roadblocks? It seems like it's sort of there's a lot of intangible things go into that. And how would you know if a specific developer was the 10x one? Mentorship, best practices. But who would be the judge of that? Would the manager at review time say, "Oh yeah, you were a good mentor, you followed best practices," or would it come out sort of as intangibles because other engineers are getting better, but management might not be able to trace it back to the mentor during retrospectives? The problem might be that I've never actually worked at a good place that actually did that kind of thing. So I'd be a horrible judge, and I guess I don't know if I've ever met an engineer like that because I've never been in an environment that had a healthy retrospective mechanic. Yeah, kind of sad, but I guess it's true. The only retrospectives of the company I was at was at review time every 6 months to a year, and it was very biased in favor of deliveries. And so people who did like mentoring or other people actually would get sort of a lower score because they're spending time helping other people and not on their own project. Actually, people would get called out for like, why are you helping that other guy and not working on your own project? Because they didn't value. It was harder for them to value those indirect contributions. They didn't have the healthy setup to judge the impact of mentorship, best practices, that kind of thing. It was all about did you get the code delivered on time or not? So the code, as you would expect, the code that was delivered was full of bugs, and then they had to turn around and hire more people to go fix those bugs. And yeah, sort of toxic. Yeah, they didn't have Agile. We tried to use Agile numerous times. It was always shot down as, why are you wasting time doing that? Yeah. The way I look at it is I got laid off from that job. Maybe it was a good thing, you know? I'm no longer subjected to that environment. All right. And hey there, Buff Siegel. Also, hello to Hotel Soap. That was a great question, Hotel Soap, because it led to an interesting discussion that opened up some chat. So I'm gonna give you a couple points. Thank you for asking that. Yeah. So the verdict is CM Griffin knows more than I do about that, and he has met them. Right? Is that what you said? You have met some at least. That's what you said. Yeah. All right. So there's a bug in this. I need to refer to the original code to see what I did wrong there. Yeah, it was here, right? I think I'm not slicing there when I pass it to advance and unfold. I think that's the problem. I am trying to incorporate the offset into that. So that offset is incorporated into raw message. So wherever I use raw message here, I need to consider that I've already... Right, so next line start is relative to that. Oh, okay. Then if we're always passing the value, we're always passing that in. and I'm recalculating it there, then I don't need to slice it all inside. So this slice doesn't actually have to be done. We don't actually need line. So next line start is always 0. We don't need to do that. Yeah, that makes sense. That we don't need to do. We don't need to slice that. That makes more sense. So this is always 0. And so it's always the first. Can I say first? First? Or begins with? It's too bad that... Do I really have to say chars nth 0? Or can I say first? You can't say first? You can say last, but you can't say first? Really? Okay, nth 0. All right. And then, so that means it's 0 to next line terminator. Oh, it's going to tell me I can fold this into something smaller. Oh, it's just next. Oh, okay. Nth 0 is next. See, Clippy teaches me all the time. Last, next, yeah. I think of... Yeah, that's what I should have thought of. Reverse last. What's the opposite of last? Next. I was thinking in terms of, like, the first and the last. The reverse of last being first, not the reverse of last being next. Okay, we're never doing that. Right, because what I'm supposed to do is reslice raw message. Right, so that... we're recalculating both, right? So I need to reslice off of... what? Next line terminator, right? So then... Oh. Yeah, we're never using that. So yeah, this is actually reassigned to raw message. Is slice it again at next line terminator to the end of the string, right? Or do I need to add the size of the... I think I do need to add the size of the character turn line feed. Yeah, I need to do this. There. And I might get out of bounds if we're at the actually end of message, right? Yeah. So maybe I should say while. Or I can do it up here. If raw message is empty. Return, okay, none. Now maybe there's a way to fold these two together. Actually, if it's empty, you won't be able to find it, so that'll work. All right, let's try it now. Uh-oh. Again, the subtract. Oh, yeah. What do I want for that? Actually, I don't even think we use that now anymore. Yeah, that variable goes away entirely. That's a sign that you're doing things right when you're removing variables. That's what I choose to believe right now. We don't need that variable. Uh-oh, begins less than or equal to end when slicing. Okay, no, we're doing terrible things here. Maybe I will use the backtrace this time. Where's the last one of my code? Right here. How come it doesn't find it? That's line 277. Go to 277. Wrong file. Go to 277. There we go. Okay. What's offset again? I see, yes. I'm guessing it got to the second header that time. Yeah, the debugger is not my favorite thing with Rust. All right. So what is it? Offset is 89. That's entirely wrong. Line terminator is 23. How did that become 89? Raw message is, oh, it is actually kind of long. Okay, 89 is the end of the first line, I guess, if except language is the second line. Hold on, I need to go to the... Okay, 89 is right here at the beginning of the third line. Got it. Oh, it should be offset to offset plus line terminator, right? Or I didn't update offset at the end of the loop here. No, it should have. What's line terminator? Oh, right. I need to add offset to it because I sliced into it there. Yes. So that should be, if it is something, then it's plus offset. Because here's the minus offset. You know, if I just, instead of adding offset, because if I just not subtract it there and then compare to 0, that's probably better, right? And then I would have to add it there. Yeah, maybe that's better. So instead of adding there, I don't need to subtract anymore. And then this would just compare to 0, which looks nicer. And then where we use it here, I have to say from offset to offset plus line terminator. Okay, and then this would be plus equal, right? Yeah, to go to past that. Yeah, okay. So it's just relative now. Yeah, so I'm getting myself into trouble because in the C++ code, I held on to the original string and always referenced from the beginning of that. And here I'm doing weird tricks where I'm slicing to basically to avoid having to calculate a substring and then find in it. I did that a lot in the C++. I'd calculate a substring and then find in it. Like, how come I'm not finding them all now? Yeah, it's sort of hidden in here. Like find first of takes a starting offset. So instead I would slice the raw message, then call find, but then I forgot that in C++ this is from relative to the beginning of the original string, whereas in Rust it's relative to the beginning of that slice. So this is relative to offset instead of relative to raw string's beginning. Yeah, so I'm getting myself into trouble because of that. That's okay. As long as I'm consistent, I'll get this to work. Okay, cool. So it's still incomplete, but the number is 116 instead of 66. Probably because that's the length of this string. Okay, so it should be complete. I don't know why it is incomplete. I don't know. I suppose I'll just have to step through this. So let's do it again. Let's put a breakpoint here and tell it to go. Too much code makes your brain hurt? Yeah, me too. See you, Cyberpunk. Hope you had fun before your brain started to hurt. Alright. I don't feel like I'm doing the best development right now. I'm sort of like stumbling through this. Find the end of the line. We don't bail because of that. We separated it. Header had a name and a value in that user agent curl. And then we're going to trim that value off, aren't we? And then we're unfolding it. Wait a minute, unfold value, what did it return? Consume 23 bytes. So wait a minute, it did unfold something? Wait, did I get that wrong then? Or was that folded and I didn't notice? No, it wasn't folded. Weird. Okay, You put memes in Rub-a-Dub's Discord? Okay. Awesome. I should have looked at what it was before I... Yeah, let's put a breakpoint here and redo. Then go down to there. Okay, now what is header value right now? We can't look at it. Why? Because... No, we can look at it. Oh. We're just reassigning it. We're trimming that value off. Okay, that makes sense. So it's trimmed now. Unfold value told us basically it consumed those 23 bytes. So offset was 60. That's not right. Hold on, why is it returning 23? I think that might be the bug. I think we might be skipping a header or something. Is that 23 characters long? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, okay, so it's chopping a line off. So unfold is returning the wrong value. Let me reason that out. So find where the next line ends. Calculate the next line's length. It doesn't begin with a white space, so we go into the else. Oh. Yeah, shouldn't I just return 0 at that point? Oh, we need to be accumulating here. I'm not doing that. That's the problem. I'm not accumulating. I need to accumulate here. So let's let, I guess we'll just call that consumed. That's mutable. Whoops. Equals 0. And then so we'll just return consumed here. Yeah, and here, where we actually consume it, we'll let this... Oh, do I already have that calculated? Next line length? Oh, that's variable's not even needed. It got folded away. Yeah, I can remove that, can't I? Yeah. So, but I need a new name for the other thing. Actually, why don't I just call this one next line, or line length. Line length. Yeah. And it's really not the next line. Find where the... Well, sure, we can call it next. Line length. Line length. Oh, wait. I need to add, okay, that's why I had that variable. It can't, that let is needed there. I messed up that one. We need to add the size of character return there. Let me verify. Yeah, see, it's really hard for me to read the C++ code because it's such a mess. I added a length at some point. This is just horrible. All right, so yeah, I need to add the length of, I need to add this up here. And we'll call this line terminator and this one line length. I'll just do it manually here. So line length I actually don't need to do it that way. I can just say if line terminator is greater than 0. Let's get rid of these. Don't need all that space. There we go. So we go to the terminator, not the length here. And then this is the length and on. And we have to add to consumed. Line length. Yes. All right. God. What's next? Not yet implemented. Oh, good. We're moving on. Okay, is valid. That's easy, right? That we have stored. So that is self.valid. All right, that was easy. Yeah, so far so good, it worked. But we're running into things that aren't yet implemented, like get all. So it parsed, the parse returned complete with the correct number. But it, yeah, we have to provide access. So get all, so why don't we just make that borrow the current vector we have? Is self.headers. Borrow. Yeah. Run that. What's not implemented now? Has header. Okay. So since it's a vector, we have to iterate them, right? So then, has header. So I did have it promote to header name. So, but I do want it to be more flexible, right? So this will be slightly different. So it's going to be, I guess we'll just make one. Or I can make header names comparable with slices. Yeah, why don't we just do that? Secret late stream? No, I just started the stream in the afternoon. I've been doing that since I started streaming again. Again, some of my streams I just decide I'll start after lunch. You know, I don't stress anymore about starting right in the morning, first thing. There was a message about 3 hours and 48 minutes ago. But yeah, hi A squared. And yeah, I think I put it in the Discord. Yeah. Yeah, I started about 1:06 p.m. my time, after lunch. Alright, so then this would be self.headers. Did I just do find? Iterate. Find. Predicate. And then that's just is sum, right? Yeah. Hey there, Cthulhu. Long time no see. How are you doing today? I've been reincarnated now. I'm a Rust developer. I'm no longer C++ Cthulhu. It means I have to redo all my previous work in Rust. I'm okay, except for I just was debugging something that was kind of painful. I was looking at code that I wrote 2 years ago, on stream actually. This advance and unfold function, this stuff is horrible. I can't believe I wrote this code 2 years ago. So now that while I'm porting it to Rust, I think the new version looks a lot better. Here, I think it's a lot more clear what we're doing. Find where the next line ends by searching for CRLF, and if we don't find it, then we didn't unfold anything. Oh, I somehow chopped that comment out. This is the next line's length. See, the length is the where the CRLF is, and then you include that to get to the next line. And then if it begins with, right. So I broke this down with comments. This I would like to simplify because it's hard. This is stretching my brain a little bit, but the rest of this code is a lot easier for me to understand than the original C++, which did a lot of weird arithmetic like that with long names. I don't know, maybe. At least parts of it. I want to do all the new development in Rust, so I need a lot of the pieces to be in Rust. So, for example, all the web stuff, like my overlay, I want to do in Rust, so I need processing of web stuff to be done in Rust too. Okay. Lost my train of thought. Right, I was down here right now, right? Yes. So if a message has a certain headers, we iterate the headers and find one where they're equal, right? So header equals, and I might need to implement this. So like let name equal name as ref, so dereference it. And this won't be implemented, but I can implement this myself, right? Dereference, no, it's header.name. Oh, nice. We can just say any. Hey, it actually works. Did I implement equal for slices? I didn't think I did that. I must have, though. We're actually able to compare a header name with a slice, and it works. Did I do that yesterday and completely forgot? Oh, I did. Look at that. Thank you, yesterday, Raimu, for doing that. All right. So that means we can continue. Basically, I'm running my unit test, and every time we get to where I haven't implemented something, I go fill it in. And then once the unit test passes, then anything that's still marked to do is not needed for that, not covered by that test. Okay, generate raw headers. All right, this is going to be fun. I'm tempted to use a formatter. Can you make a string formatter that you can write to in Rust? Oh, that would just be toString, wouldn't it? Yeah, wouldn't I just implement toString on message headers and be done with it? Yeah. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're not going to have a generate headers. We're just going to implement toString. Yeah. Implement standard format display for message headers. And then my new best friend, the light bulb, I click it, implement missing members, and it fills in all this stuff for me. And then I put this code in there, and then the unit test has got to do toString instead of generate raw headers. Where was that? Right here. toString. Yeah, we expect to get the original headers back out at the end. And why is this exists, but headers doesn't... Wait a minute, I did implement that. Oh, is it because I have these compiler errors? Headers. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Probably going to do right. Yep. Every time we do a shift out, we're going to do an F right. So, so this one's a self.headers dot iter for each, right? For each header, do this stuff. And then at the end, write CRLF done. And each of these can have an error, so we're going to do that. What happened to my CRLF? Must be a string literal. I thought that was a string literal. Okay, so we'll just do this. That'll work. Okay, so we don't need a line buffer, do we? Split line? What? Oh, that's interesting. So I form a line, and then I see if we have a line length limit, I'm going to want to fold it using a strategy to do that. Okay, so tricky. A proper for X in would probably be more readable and prevent borrowing issues. Rather than using a for each. What's the difference other than just readability? How would I prevent a borrowing issue? I see what you mean, though. It's probably you're probably right. It's easier to read it that way. I guess I was getting too much into the iterators. So yeah, for header in self.headers is easier to read. All right, I agree. Give you a point. For header, that's right. It requires, yeah, that's right. I should avoid closures when I don't need them. You're right about that. All right. Yeah, I didn't even need to do iter because it's a vector. You can force a vector into an iterator. For each is rarely, yeah, so the lesson I would learn then is whenever I'm tempted to use for each, think about the for X and Y pattern instead. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay. I guess what I want to do, can I make another sub-formatter? Because I need to get it and then calculate its length. Well, split, what does split line do? It's actually more complicated than I thought. There's an input strategy? Oh, wow. Okay. String splitting strategy function object, which can be used to fold a header line. Wow. Okay. I don't think I ever used split line with anything else. Right? So there's no need for me to use the strategy pattern there. How does this actually work? This is saying if you can't split it, then what are we returning? Empty, we're returning nothing? What? So this is fallible? Oh, if you, there's no way you can split it. But wait a minute. How would it... I don't understand this. This is the trivial case where it just fits. Here's where it doesn't fit. What's first part? Oh, if we're in the first part. So that starts out as true. Reserved characters is weird. Oh, because we're adding... we have to count the white space, I think. And the 2 is the character turn line feed. So this is the extra white space we're adding on this on the folded lines. Yeah. Okay, so then basically it's looking for where can we break it. So if it couldn't find a place to break it, it just gives up. And if it gives up, it just eats the line completely? That seems stupid. Why would it do that? Yeah, it would just eat it. I don't like this code at all. I think this function here should not be fallible. Should not be fallible. It should just arbitrarily break it. Oh, wait a minute. No, that would add a white space character. Yeah. Okay, so it needs to be fallible. It might not be possible to put a header line in there if it can't be folded and is too long. We're just going to drop it in that case? That seems strange. Why do I have this return empty? Is that just giving up and I didn't bother with it? Let me put a note here, to do. It looks like if we can't fold a line and it's too long, we just give up. This ends up doing what? Yeah, this ends up just dropping the header entirely. Is this what we want? Maybe that is what we want. Although I think I would rather just have this already is fallible, right? So we could just have it break. Yeah, I'd rather do it that way. All right, so then how do I guess I just do a format here. So let line buffer equal, is it format? Something colon something. Header name, header value. All right, that's those two. All right, now if self dot help me out here. I thought it was line length limit. Yeah, line length limit. How come it didn't fill it in for me? If let line length, some line length limit equal that, then we're splitting it. Otherwise, we're just writing it out, right? Line buffer. And yeah, I forgot the question marks. Okay, getting there. That goes away. Strategy factor. Yeah, I don't want to do this business with the strategy pattern. I think I'm just going to do code it straight into split line or fold line. We already have unfold, right? Unfold. So let's have fold. This ought to be unfold header, not unfold value. Just for balance. This will be fold header, right? What's wrong with this line? Oh. We could fix that. Display. I can't do that? Can't derive it. Okay, well, I guess I can do it. Impl standard format display for header name. light bulb implement, write f self.name. What? Oh, no tail. So I don't need that. Yeah. All right, cool. Same thing here, I guess. Just do that. All right, so then if we have a line length limit, I guess it does make sense for split line to make me an iterator. No, I should just call it in a loop, right? Well, loop maybe? Let fragment rest equals fold header line buffer. Sure, that's all we should really need. And then, yeah, write to F. And then this has to have CRLF at the end. So does this, actually. Wait, no, not there. Down here. Yes. This is the extra one that goes between the headers and the body. Okay, so then it's fragment CRLF. And then line buffer needs to be mutable. Well, hold on. I can have let mute rest equal that. And then fold the rest. And I can't do that, can I? Well, I can make that mutable, right? And just do that. I don't like that, though. Let's just do this for now. I need fold header next to unfold header. Fold header. Mute. How do you do this? Is it... It's mute on the right side, right? So it would be header, well, line, really. It would be that, right? Returns a result, string error. To do. What's this big error trying to tell me? I'm missing something. Probably that. I can turn that loop into a while not rest is empty. And then I don't need this. And I was calling that part instead of fragment. Okay, what's wrong with that? Oh, my errors aren't convertible to format errors. Okay. So what are format errors? How do I make one? Am I allowed to make one? Ah, jeez. It's public. How do I make one? I guess I can't. So how do I generate my own errors from format? How do I emit my own error there? I don't think I can. This is opaque, right? Yeah, it's fine. This is fine. All right, I'm gonna look it up. Rust format return custom error. Nope, not that one. My search terms aren't good enough today. So it's Rust FMT custom error. Or display. I don't know what I'm doing. They just delegate to the right macro, right? What if something can't be converted to a string and it's not something that the formatter can tell me? Maybe I shouldn't be using display then. I don't know. I can try to make it convertible. So that was from, right? So an error. Implement from error for standard format error. What do I emit then? Self? What? I can't make a new one. Into? That would be self-referential, right? To say error into. Will that give me an infinite loop? It'll just go in, it'll keep going into the from. I guess I can try, have a laugh when I try. All right, so run. Oh no, I'm not done yet. Okay, this probably need to borrow, right? And I never use the line limits, so that should go into here. Might recommend updating the command to the original comic. Where does my link go then? It just goes to somewhere else. Some content distribution network. Sure. Edit com. This is fine. That. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Buff Siegel. Is this what I want? Maybe. It's possible. Let's see. This is how to make a custom error type. I know how to do that, but how do we use it with format errors? Yeah, the problem is I don't know, it's kind of infinite loop now, isn't it? It's, I don't know how to, like, this is going to end up calling that. It's just going to endlessly loop, right? What I really needed to do is, say, self from error. Problem is that, what's it going to tell me? Cannot return without recursing. Yeah, it's recursion. I can't use self from. I have to use self like new or so. I have to do. I have to create a format error. I don't know how to create a format error. It's an opaque structure, as far as I can tell. How do I make one of those? They don't give me. They don't give me an implementation of that. So I can't do a new one or anything. What I'm trying to do is, if I can't fold a header, I want a fold header returns a result, right? So if we get an error folding a header, how do I escape from format? Maybe I can't. So what do I do then? Just return early? I would like to return a real format error, but I can't. Don't know how. I guess the display trait is not designed to let you make your own code fallible. Only their internal ones are fallible. I forgot one here. Only their internal write macro is fallible. I guess my code is not allowed to fail. So maybe I shouldn't use the display trait at all for this then. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You should always be able to display it even if it's not valid. Yeah, I guess it's a bad idea to be using the display trait. All right, I guess we'll just back up. Not try to do this, which is impossible. Essentially, I want that somewhere else in my own implementation, and I can't use a formatter, which is fine. I don't really need a formatter. Where am I going to put it? Oh, the original name was generate raw string, right? So right here. I guess I could try that. Null pointer reference. Hello, by the way. This is what undo is for. All right, so you're saying that I could say, I could put this back in here and then just say self. Don't need that. I guess it'll work. All right. What's wrong here? Cannot borrow as mutable. Why not? Because it's already a reference. I think that's what it's telling me. So do that. Oh, wait, we can't do that. That's not what I want to mutate. I want to mutate the reference. So, I want it on the other side. Think. On both? That's what I want? Okay, what do I have wrong here? Oh, it's a string. How is it a string? This should be, slice it, please. There you go. All right. Continue. Run test. Now what the error look like? I don't know. It's just gonna, if it's, if it has no variance, then it's just a placeholder. You just get a format error if you try to, display the headers and they can't fold correctly. You just get an error from toString, I guess. And I'm fine with that, I guess. If I wanted more detail, I wouldn't use toString, I guess. Hey, it actually passed my test. Really? It passed the test? Probably because we didn't end up doing folding. So once I add a test which actually requires folding, we'll get to that unimplemented error. It's a pretty cool way of converting to a slice. That's one of the early things that they teach you. To go from a string to a slice, you just do that. You can also do as ref, right? I thought. I guess you don't need that then? No. I'm wrong. Type annotations are required. Yes. That is a slice, please. Yeah, so you can do it that way. But this way I don't need to type annotate. It's clear what I want. If I do that. All right. Well, I didn't expect that test to actually pass, but it passed. So that means I need another unit test. I started out clueless too, Nuclehead, and hello. You know, picking up knowledge as I go. I'm getting kind of tired though. If the next unit test is easy, I'll do it. Otherwise, I might just continue tomorrow. I thought I'd be able to get further than this today. HTTP client request message. Okay, that's this one. Okay, so next one's a server response message. All right. The original C++ test. Converting it to Rust. All right, so that's mark as test function. Convert to snake case. Give it a parentheses. All right, now I'm just going to cheat and look what I did over here. Oh yeah, I used concat. And I made a new headers that way. Okay, so I did that. And all of these have to have a comma. Comma. Put a comma there too, because why not? All right, and then why did we do that? Why did I do that? Oh, we added a body to it. Yes. So that's raw message. Let that be, will it let me do this? I don't think it will, but, you know, why not just try? Yeah, I didn't think so. So that would be, raw headers without the concat and this, string from, I guess. It doesn't want me to use the parentheses. Yeah, I figured. So, oh, I can't do that? Oh, string from that. I don't suppose I could make another slice that is the concatenation of two other slices. Probably not. It's not a string, that's the thing. It is a slice. And I don't think I can make another slice out of a slice plus something else. Why doesn't it not like this? You can't just add strings, but I could add a slice. All right, fine. The same thing, right? This is leveraging the fact that you can call plus on a string. So I convert this to a string and then concatenate that onto the end. And I could put the parentheses back, right? No, it doesn't like that. I really don't like that bare semicolon there. And I don't like putting a semicolon. I guess I could live with it. I don't like that. I really don't like that, though. What if I do this? And then I can, if I really want to, I can just do this to make myself feel better. Sure. All right, so let body offset. What are we using body offset for? Oh, that's just shorthand for this stuff. That we parse it to completion, and I don't know what number is there, so I'm going to put 0. Right, and then headers are valid. So a lot of this is going to be the same, right? Yeah. So might as well just copy all of it. All right. Okay. Headers is valid. Get all the headers. Oh, I need this one. Right here. Assert equal that the length of the headers is the offset we get back. What? Oh, I never bothered to calculate it here. I just got it. And then checked that it equals the raw header's length. Okay, so... Can I just put raw header's length here? Ah, yeah. There we go. Done. Okay, then we get the headers. And we expect... Here's the list of things we expect. I think it's going to be a different list. Yep, different list. Alright, so these become named tuples. Whoops. Whoops, wrong keys. Delete all those, go to the end of the line. That goes into. Done. Alright, and then that covers all this stuff down to here. And then, okay, so it has a last modified header, it has a foobar header, and then it regenerates correctly. Okay. Let's test it. I have to make it mutable to do that. Or, I guess I can do this. That's another way to do it, so then it's not, I don't have to make it mutable. Alright, run test. I got a compiler error. I don't get it. Oh, this should be raw headers anyway, right? Yeah. Hey, it passed. Alright, moving on. Could still use the plus equals, but then I'd have to mark it as mutable, right? Because if I don't, so that would work, but if I don't want it to be mutable after that, then it's going to complain that I can't do that. So that's just a trick to not allow it to be mutated after that point, right? I suppose it's not much better than what I had before, where I just had a plus. It's actually very repetitive. What if I go back to what I had before then? I can live with that, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Not that important. Okay, that passed. Good. I want to get to where I had some folded headers or something. Oh, line almost too long. Here we go. Almost too long and then too long, which will cause it to fold, right? A test function. Snake. That. All right. Make a new headers object. And then I have to set the line limit to 1,000. And why did I do it this way? x-poggers, that's right. Headers. I guess I don't have a method called setLineLimit, so we'll add it in a bit. Okay, so then let test header name equal, whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Where are we using this? I guess it can just be a slice, right? And then, but this is going to be a string, so let test header name with delimiters is that string from that plus a colon, and then longest possible poggers. I don't know why I put poggers in there. Okay, this is a bunch of x's whose length is 998 minus the other one's length. So how do I do that? It's like repeat or something? How do you repeat, form a string out of repeating a character? Rust string from repeated character. Fill string with repeated character. So I just Google it. Oh, that's interesting. I don't want order and time. You can do it with format? Oh, interesting. Yeah, let's do that. I like that approach. So it's format and then colon minus caret 1. Okay, the minus is the x instead. Caret, oh no, it's not. That centers title within a line of n dash characters. Oh, so I do put an x there. And then the title will be empty string, and then this would be that number. Interesting. Minus the length of that. Huh. I can't do that though, why not? Argument never used. What? Oh, $. There we go. I guess I really don't need alignment. Oh, I could have just used string repeat n. Okay. All right, well, that's a funny way to do it. It looks like a simpler way now that it's stable is to do x repeat this number. Yeah, that's better. Repeat. Okay, so then the raw message, so let the raw message equal concat these two. Whoops. To string, and then add those two. Thank you for the follow. I'm kind of concentrating hard here. I think I got it though, right? Why can't I add... Oh, why can't I add those? Oh, I have to borrow them to add them. Sure. Borrow them, please. All right. Assert turn into that. Okay, this is valid. The parse looks different. Looks like this. Complete. What number do I want to put in there? This is raw message there. I don't know what I want to put there. Oh, I guess I wouldn't want to do raw message.length. In fact, the other test could have done that too. I didn't need to have a fixed length there. I could have said raw message length. That works too. All right, and then let's break this up into 2 lines. Okay, so I don't have a get header value yet. I need to add that, and I need a set line limit. That's easier, so let me do that first. Okay. After parse, I guess. So public function set line limit, mutable self, and limit is some usize. And no return value. So self dot line length limit is limit. Easy peasy. Sum. Oh, should I make that an option? Yeah. Sounds good to me. So then down here I need to do a sum. So I no longer use 0 to represent that there is no limit, like I did in C++. I can actually use option, and I can do none if I want. All right, get header value. Where does that go? Probably right here, right? I'm gonna get a warning for now for not having a musty. I just dropped it in there. Ah, drop that there. There we go. Get header value for this would be generic, right? Name T. Why am I breaking this up? This will all fit on one line. Fine. So this returns a result, or should I have an option? It would be none if there is no header with that value, right? Or with that name. Option option borrowed string. Sure, because we store it as a string. Well, why not let them use it? Okay, so that, can I not implement that? Oh, I just haven't implemented it. Okay. Get header value. Okay, it's a little bit complicated because you can have multiple headers with the same name, and then we make a composite value out of it. Actually, that means that it needs to make a new, an owned one. Yeah. Why not just access the struct value directly? Oh, you mean for the set line limit? I suppose that's because I'm just porting it straight from C++ where I had a set line limit, and I had it hidden. It's not public. So I guess in Rust I could make this public there. That's what you're saying I should maybe consider? Yeah. I suppose one reason would be if in the future I want to change the implementation. Like right now it sets it in that field of the structure, but maybe in the future it would have some side effect. So it's a separation of interface from implementation. I guess that's why. Not that it matters. It's more idiomatic Rust to just... So, but then I would have to change the interface if I wanted this to have some side effect, right? Is that okay in Rust to change your interface? It doesn't seem like it would be okay. Hey there, kitty. You want food? You had a food? You want to come over here to say hi to chat? You don't want to come over here, do you? There's a kitty over there yelling at me in cat language. Okay, so then I was here. And I need to do the composite, get header value. That, yep. So we're always making a new string here. I suppose we're doing a fold, right? So self.headers.iter.fold. The initial one is string new. The function is given a header. We're going to return the next one. So if it's a filter fold. Hold on. To do. Let me put a to do here for now. Comment this stuff out. I guess I don't need to do a filter because we just return, okay, it's not just header, it's composite. We just return composite if the name doesn't match, right? Okay, why is this a problem? Expected enum option, oh, right, yes. Right, so this should be none. Yes, okay. For public APIs, it's probably best to err on the side of caution. I just don't know enough about what's idiomatic in Rust yet. I haven't gotten a feeling for that yet. All right, so if, yeah, it's the same as the code I have down there, right? If they match, else composite. The first value would be if let, well, the other way around. If let sum composite equal composite, else it's going to be header dot value dot to clone. Oh, we need to define what t is. I forgot to do that. Where t is as ref string slice. And then I want to let name equal name as ref, so we only need to do it once. Okay. Right, so then if there is a composite already, then composite plus equals comma. Composite plus equals header value. Composite. Sum. Clone. This should be sum. So really this should be sum out here. I hate when the pop-up gets in my way like that. No sum there. Why can't I clone the header value here? Expected a slice. Oh, then I don't need a clone. I just need to slice it. And this needs to be mutable. Cool. I think I just did it, chat. All right. That gets the header value. So this is going to return me a string. And I can't compare a string to an... Oh, that should be sum. There we go. Run it. It works! All right. That's still not testing folding. I think the next one will. Yeah, the one that's too long should end up folding it, right? No, it should give me an error, line too long. Okay, this is one where I expect an error. All right. Test function, get rid of... What happened to my keyboard? That was weird. All of a sudden it stopped moving. All right, so then same preamble here. Okay, so it's the same except for it's 999. So let me just copy all of this then and just change what matters. So here it's the same except it's 999. Otherwise it's entirely the same, isn't it? Except for we get an error instead of a complete. Expect an error. Whoops. Error. Header line too long. And then it should be the beginning of that wrong line, right? What if I just put test Let's just put that in there for now. Let's see what I get. It's gonna be a lot of poggers. Gonna be a lot of X's. Why rewrite the C++ to Rust? What was the command for that? It's explained in terms of why I was doing the last library, but it was YURI. Okay, that's not the right clip. Part of that clip I might be addressing it, but okay, essentially I am really interested in getting better at Rust and using it for my projects going ahead. And the project that I really want to keep working on is my game, but my game doesn't have much Rust in it. And so I'm going back to the foundational libraries I use in my game, and I'm porting them to Rust, or I'm picking ones out of, you know, Cargo online or crates.io to replace them. And for this library and the previous one, I didn't like the ones that were out there, so I decided to just port my own code over to Rust. In a nutshell, I want to use Rust more, I want to get more practice, and I want to use it in my projects. And I already have code that works, so it's easier for me to take code that works and just reuse and port its code and unit tests than it would be to write it from scratch. At least it seems to be easier for me to do it that way. I could be wrong. I think I have the wrong number of X's. Yes. Okay, so it gave me the end line all the way up to... It gave me the entire line? It shouldn't have done that. It should not have given me the entire line like that. Like, what if I set the limit to 10 or 100? It should truncate it, right? It did truncate it. Okay, so I have the truncation point wrong then. Okay. The just long enough, it's 998 because the limit is 1,000, and we have to count 2 for the CRLF at the end, which we put right here, and we subtract the amount we need for the header name and the colon and the space. So this should be 1 character too many. So I'm surprised that it didn't truncate off the new line character when I did that. It left the new line character in there, though, and I'm wondering why. I don't know. What if I do 1,000? At some point, it's got to truncate the characters off, right? Okay, there it truncated 1 off. So it's adding an extra character then. So to confirm that, let me put this down to 20 and count them. I don't think it's UTF-8. I think it's, I have off by 1 in my counting somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's actually adding an extra character. All right, so I'm off by 1. But this is wrong. Oh, I know how to do this though. It would be I expect this entire thing with 1 character truncated off the end. So let me calculate that elsewhere here. So this is no longer. This is 2 long poggers. So let 2 long header equal that. So sure, we do that. String from that. Actually, that already is a string, right? Yeah. So I can just do that. Can I just add? Like that? Sure, and then, oh, wait. It's probably going to say I moved it in. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to clone that. Yes, and then I can slice this one. So it's, 0 to... I can just do 0 to 1,000, right? That's exactly what I should get. To string. Yes. All right, so I think I'm off by 1 now. And that should be 1,000. Yes, so I'm off by 1. I should get the n chopped off at the end, the \n chopped off. All right, let's fix that. So, where am I going? I'm going to parse. Okay, and then I'm going to here. I think it's because I did inclusive line limit. I don't want the inclusive. Yeah. All right, that probably will fix it. Let's run again. Actually, let's get rid of these old bookmarks. Run again. Yay, we pass. And just out of curiosity, all my tests pass, right? Yeah, I'll pass. Everything passes. It's a rhyme weight pass. All right. That's good. So it detected a line too long, header line too long, and not terminated. Yeah, this is a variant on that. Yep, off by 1 error, strike again. This is what these. That's why we have these unit tests, you know. Snake case. All right, set the limit. Oh, this is where we just don't terminate the line. Okay, so it's somewhat like this. Only I don't bother to have these other lines here. So test setter name with the limiters, and then value is too long. It's 999. It's the same thing, right? And the raw message. Yeah, the raw message is just, well, yeah, raw message is just that. Value is too long with no end line. And then all that's gone. And so I should get raw message first 1,000 characters. Failed. Ooh, I got a panic. There we go. Test is doing its job. Got a panic. There are only 2 hard problems in programming. 1, naming things. 2, cache invalidation. 3, off by 1 errors. Good one. All right, I got a panic. Where did the panic happen? I'm not, instead. I wish I could just turn off that. It's not that I wish I could turn off that stack trace. I have to spend the time to go research why that stack trace is on to begin with. In the meantime, I'm just going to go to use the debugger and see it in the debugger. Okay, and then go up the stack to find my code. Oh, that? Okay, so that slice is just too big to begin with, apparently. The raw message is, how long is that? Wait, it'll stop at 999. So it'll just give me the entire raw message then. Oh, I have to clone that, yes. Because we're giving the original to parse. Here we don't need to clone because we're only using it once. Yes, okay. Am I on 147? Let's see. You would think that they abbreviate everything. Why don't they abbreviate the ver? Looks like I'm not. They had a regression a while ago on the length of stack traces. I think they fixed it in that release. Well, I probably need to update. Rust up. Update. Looks like we're doing it live. Oh, this might kill the stream, right? Oh, this probably only affects download, so we should be fine. We're doing it live. Yeah, but don't you think -- ver should work? Not version. They abbreviate everything else. I honestly didn't think it would take this long to update Rust. Oh, it's downloading the latest for nightly as well. Okay then. This is probably a good hydrate break. Sorry, I hit the mic there. All right. Did it? Oh, that's Rust up. I'm like, what the heck? Okay, cool. So, run it again. Do we get a stack trace? Gotta compile everything. Hey, maybe that was it. So it was just all a big regression? Huh. No, it's definitely working. Oh, wait a minute. No, there is a stack trace there. No, there's not. No, that was it. Thank you. PhD horrible. So it was just some problem with Rust, some kind of regression then. Either that or doing Rust up update undid whatever stack trace mumbo jumbo I had. What is this to rerun? Oh, so if I just want to rerun that one test, that's interesting. Okay, cool. So then, wait, does that mean I have another bug somewhere? Oh yeah, I never did debug it, yeah. Okay, I don't need my old breakpoints. All right, let's see, where the bug be? There. That's out of bounds somehow. Ah. We shouldn't use that. We should use line... what am I thinking of? We should use line length limit there. That's what we should use. I shouldn't be adding offset, should I? Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think I need to be doing, not adding offset there. Oh, back to seeing a stack trace. Should I take away your point? I'm still getting a panic. Interesting. Maybe somewhere else. Or I'm not thinking enough about what I'm doing. You gonna tell me what the number is? Why is it such a huge number? I think my debugger is insane. Okay. Let me reason this out. So, That's out of range somehow. It's the length of the original string, subtract the offset back out. Unterminated line length. Right. It's the original. If the original line, that it's not terminated because we didn't find it. If adding the line terminator to it would have gone past the end. Oh yeah. So I need that. I believe. Yeah, I need that. Oh wait a minute. Not even that. I just need to the end. Don't I? Oh no, that would be too much, I think. So then wouldn't it be line? Why wouldn't it be line length limit? Oh, because that might be too long. Oh. So really I want the minimum of the two. Let's compute it here. So, what do I want to say here? End is the use... How do you do... Is it min? No. Min? There's a way to get the minimum of two numbers. And I don't remember how to do it. So I gotta look this stuff up. Rust minimum of two numbers. Standard comp min. Okay. Is it comp min? No. Standard comp min? There we go. So, it's going to be the minimum of these two. Question is it to the end or is it to offset plus end? I think it's offset plus end. I think that's what I want. So that's what I'm going to try. Yeah, there we go. Fixed it. Make sure none of my tests fail. All right, good. Good. All right, we're done. Moving on. Over 1,000 characters allowed by default. I don't know why I have that. Oh, that's if there's no line length limit, right? Yeah. So test function. Get rid of this. Get rid of this jazz, and then snake case that, and then there. Okay, we don't set a line length limit. In fact, maybe we well, that's by default. Yeah. That means, by default means when you don't set it either to some or none. And then it's the same stuff, right? The same stuff as this test up here, actually. All right, so test header name with delimiters. Value for header line longer. So let's just call it long poggers. Instead of too long, because it's not too long, it's just long. Okay. And then other headers attached to it at the end, yes. And then we should get that it is valid. So we should get an okay. Sum. No, it's not a sum. It's a parse status complete. And then this will be raw message length. That's what I should get. And then we'll have that get that header comparison. Assert equal the value, right? Yes. So that is long poggers. long poggers for headers.get header value test header name. Now, what do we need to borrow out of here? Probably need to borrow that. Oh, some long poggers. Yeah, that's all I need to do. All right, cool. Run that guy. Okay, nice. I never needed that for some reason. Why not? I don't know why. I don't know why. Probably because I used it in an error when in the test where it actually caused an error. All right. Empty message, we can do that. Single line truncated. I don't know how many more of these I want to do. Maybe I should stop here because these are some easy ones I can start doing tomorrow as warm-up. I'll do this one and then I'll leave the rest for tomorrow for warm-up. That's what I'll do. Okay, so then I'm just so lazy. I just do copy, paste there. Right, so we should get an error that it's, or we should get not some. What am I doing? This one, we should get OK incomplete 0 for parsing an empty string. That's what we should get. Good. Gotta test those corner cases. When you parse empty string, you should get incomplete 0. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it here. Let me commit to git and then rate somebody. Go to MessageHeaders. Git GUI. Okay, so we added this error, yes. We had a whole bunch of things. I'm just gonna call the whole thing work in progress porting to Rust. So add custom error type using this error. That's this guy. And then, okay, so mark some places where we might have a bug in the, or might have bugs in the C++ implementation. All right, and then this is all a bunch of new ads, right? I guess I don't really care about going into detail too much. Essentially, I just got that unit test to pass, so implement in enough to get the first, I don't know, half dozen or so tests to pass. And that's what I'm going to say. I've spoken. Get pushed because that is the way. All right. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. I'll be back tomorrow. And let me go find someone. First, I'm going to look to see if someone in the Rustations team is streaming. Team Rustations. And it's just me. Okay, so I'm the last Rustation standing, apparently. That's fine. I think most Rustations are like in the other time zones or periods or something. Let me look. Who is streaming right now? No one that I know is streaming Rust, so that's a bummer. Well, you know who I haven't rated in a long time? It doesn't do Rust, but he does some cool stuff, is Zorkenheimer. Zorkenheimer. He's cool to watch because he is doing 6502 assembly. So this is for the processor that runs the original Nintendo Entertainment System. So he makes his own Nintendo games. Using an emulator, of course. So I hope you find that interesting. Let's just say writing Nintendo Entertainment System games is an exercise in doing a lot of optimization because are very strict constraints in memory in that thing. So it's quite a different kind of programming. I hope you enjoy it though. Yeah, thanks 115209. I hope to see you next time. Let me just type the name. All right, start. I'm hitting that start rate button. How long have I been going? 5 hours and 10 minutes. That's a good stream. 5 hours is a good stream for me. All right, so I will see you tomorrow. And take care. Enjoy Zorkenheimer's stream. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye-bye.